Great. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Oregon Early Learning Council. Delighted to have all of you here in person and also those of you online. Thanks for joining us. And we will start by asking our fearless council administrator, Remy, to please call the roll.
Thank you, Sue. Just to preface, all of our agency leads are excused today because of legislative session. So I'll skip over their names. Angie Blackwell is excused today. Katie Brooks. Excellent. Thank you. Peter Buckley.
Here.
Thank you. Ann Kubish.
Here.
Thank you. Kali Thorne Ladd.
Here.
Thank you. George Mendoza.
Here.
Thank you. Peg Miller.
Here.
Thank you. Subin O will be here in just a few minutes, so we'll mark him present when he gets here. And then Early Learning System Director Alyssa Chatterjee. Here, thank you. And that's it. And then Chair Sue Miller, of course.
I'm also here.
Thank you. And we have a quorum.
All right. Well, we have an exciting meeting ahead of us, as always, but this one is going to focus, as you all know, on our Raise Up Oregon 5-year strategic plan. And I just want to start with a couple of comments, starting first with some thank yous. A huge thank you to Harriet Dichter from Build, without whose support we would not be here with this plan today. So Harriet, and she flew in this morning from Philadelphia, flies home tonight. So, well, thank you, Harriet. She's really remarkable. And then obviously Harriet is part of a team, and David and Remy they've all been sort of joined at I guess you'd say, putting this plan together. And all of our rural Act partners, thank you so much. As I read through this and looked at all of the actions, the bullets in here, it is remarkable what you all have put together in the last couple of months. So lots to talk about today, but huge appreciation for the time you're investing in this. And we talk about it being a cross-agency council and a cross-agency plan, and those action items are certainly the manifestation of that. So thank you all very much. I also want to thank council members who traveled from a distance further than 50 miles to get here. Peter and Ann, thank you, and Katie, thank you very much. We appreciate you all getting here in person. Good to see everyone again. As I was reviewing the plan over the last several days, I decided to go in and, the council's had several themes that we keep talking about and have talked about all year, if not longer. And some of those are reflected on this handout that we just provided. I put together late last night. I decided I wanted to go through the plan and look at where the priorities that we talked about show up in the plan. And the way I've done it is to just say, what are the words and how many objectives and strategies are those topics show up in? And that's what this handout reflects. And because we've got people online, in fact, if you could send, we'll see. Definitely not working. Sorry. So objectives and strategies. The word family shows up 131 times in this document. So that's obviously our focus, or the beginning and the end, is families. Childcare shows up in 7 objectives, 13 strategies. The word community shows up in 10 objectives, 23 strategies. Tribes and tribal affairs, 6 objectives, 13 strategies. Workforce, another one of the topics we continue to discuss, 8 objectives, 10 strategies. The hubs are filtered throughout this document in 5 objectives and 10 strategies. The word behavioral, which obviously usually goes with health, so behavioral health, 4 objectives, 5 strategies. And then culturally responsive is in 9 objectives and 14 strategies. So I just thought that was sort of an interesting assessment of how do the council priorities and focus points, thanks Remy, show up. So as we go into our breakout groups and then come back with the whole council, I'd encourage us and really encourage Ruriak to join in this discussion, to consider what are the council roles as we go through all of the strategies and actions. Where does the council as a body, or where do we as individuals show up? Also, priorities, we'll get to those later in the morning discussion, but keep thinking about with all of these different strategies. I think there's 75 strategies in here. Where are we going to try to prioritize our time? And that will really mean significant input from our agency partners who are here. And then just another interesting thought is most of these actions in all of the parentheses, with a few exceptions, are agency implemented. So you'll notice that there are 2 strategies in here where we put in early council actions. So we need to agree on whether that seems appropriate. But then we know there are hundreds of community organizations all over the state who will also be helping to implement this plan. And I'm not suggesting we try to add those specifically to the plan, but it's just, I think, another filter for us to use as we think about, how are we going to implement what's a very ambitious plan. So those are just some sort of overall thoughts. And I don't know, council members, if you'd like to add anything to sort of the overview before we turn it over to Harriet. Any other? Yeah,
it's kind of a question as I was reading through.
You'll need to speak up because we've got, yes.
As I was reading through the plan, it occurred to me, I'm not clear on how many things are currently happening and how many things are sort of aspirational to happen. And I don't know if there's a way to illuminate that, but it was a wondering I had it, particularly as I dove into the section on the side. And I thought, it would be helpful to know that.
Yeah, excellent point, Kelly, because obviously we're not starting from ground zero. A lot is going on. Okay, thanks. Any other thoughts? Okay, then I will turn it over to Harriet, who's going to set up our morning for us.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, everybody. It's good to be here. Cully, I'll try to think about how we might show better, because the plan is meant to be a blend of things people are working on and trying to make happen. And it is meant to challenge ourselves as well for higher aspirations. And I will say, because I facilitated when Delft did their activities part, that there was good conversation about 5 years is a long time. And that means that, we can put things in here that we don't have any clue how we will do them yet, but that they will be important. So I think there is a blend already in the document, but we'll try to figure out. So when Sue and I and Remy and Carrie and David were planning the meeting, one of the things we thought would be most effective would be to have people work in groups to then share back out. And so everyone had copies of the documents, I think 2 different versions, right? You have a document that is the objectives and strategies, and then you have the longer document, which is the objectives, strategies, and activities. And so hopefully people have had a chance to do some pre-reading. And what we're going to do now is have you meet in 3 different groups: a goal 1 group, a goal 2 group, and a goal 3 group. And each group, there are some council members basically who will be in the group. And then there are also members from the various senior staff of the state agencies who will also be in the group. And then each group has a note taker, basically, to assist you. I'm one of the note takers. Remy is one of the note takers.
Mhm,
Gabby
and Gabby.
is
Mhm.
coming to be a note taker too. So that, and why are you meeting in groups? Well, the purpose is to share, since you've hopefully done some looking beforehand, and discuss basically that component of the plan and to make decisions about what you want to bring forward into the full group discussion. Okay, and so we've allocated about 45 minutes for that. Basically, we had a couple framing questions, and I want to remind people what the framing questions are, but I think Sue added a little bit too as well, that I think will be helpful to people as you're framing. So within your goal area, as you're working in a small group, is really, it's what do you want? Your main task is what do you want to highlight? What do you want to bring back to the full group? Okay, by way of discussion, either things that are exciting to you, something that at this point we would say is a critical missing element, not a modest missing element, but a critical missing element. And then I think Sue also said for council members, and I think the group will also be helpful in this, is where do you see the council taking action? That is different, as we all know, from what agencies are doing. Okay, so this is a good place to start to say within this area, where do you see council's role? And the other one is, of course, we want the whole plan to happen. But if we look back at the history from the first edition of Raise Up Oregon, council has at various points in time during the course of that first plan actually said, we want to devote ourselves to a something specific. Okay, and we want to really talk about this and, basically go forward with something. An example of that actually is the creation of DELF. The council prioritized that, right, as a council activity. And here we are, Alyssa. It is now the end of May, and we're just a little more than a month away, right, from, in fact, DELF moving from a plan to full implementation. So pretty exciting. 37 days. I know, probably she can tell us how many minutes and all of that too until it happens. So I think that those may be helpful too, in terms of some of the discussion basically that people have. But in these small groups, basically, while we'll have note takers there, basically, so we'll help with that. You'll have council members, state agency staff. Basically, we're hoping not that us note takers are presenting for you. That's not the goal. Okay, us note takers are there to help you. But what we hope at the end of this is then when we come back, each goal area, basically people will share what you want to share to kind of stimulate your kind of report out, and insights or thoughts that you want to address with council. So that'll be the first part of our morning. We have you in different areas of the room. Remy, do you want to go over that since I have here? Do you have it?
Yeah, definitely. So group one, we're going to have you in the back of the Grand Bronze room over there. So that's going to be Anne and Kali from the ELC. And then our RUACT members, we're going to have Bill, Steph, Serena, and Alexa. And Serena will be joining virtually soon. And Gabby will be your note taker. Group two is going to be in the Willamette conference room. So right around the corner from here, I'll show you where it is. And we've got Peter, Sue, and George in the Willamette for group two. And our RUACT members in there are going to be Kate, David, and Chelsea Bunch, and Catherine. And I will be the note taker in there. So hopefully we'll have some fun. And then group three, Deschutes conference room right next door to Willamette, right over there. You can follow us. We've got Subin, Katie, and Peg from the ELC, and then Chelsea, Holcomb, Kara, Mitch, and Gwen will be our RUACT members in there, and then Harriet will be your note taker.
So we will go into our little groups. We will return, basically. You can have a break, but we're going to start discussing goal. We're going to go in order: goal 1, goal 2, goal 3. And we'll start discussing goal 1 at 10:15. Okay, so we hope people might want a break. So maybe give yourselves 5 minutes in between your planning and then coming back. And then we'll be able to, we believe, prior to lunch, have a discussion. We've allocated about 20 minutes for each goal, basically to have a conversation. So we'll do goal 1, then we will do goal 2, then we'll take another little break, and then we'll do goal 3, and then we'll have a bigger whole group discussion. We'll have a little lunch break. And then we will come back and have some more discussion, okay? And then we'll be done with this round of our conversation about Raise Up Oregon. And we will continue to work to support work that RUIAC still has to do and that we have to do as your team trying to get this from here to there so that we will end up with a final plan in a reasonable period of time that can be approved and we can make more visible. So before we go into our small groups, any questions or thoughts from anyone around small groups?
We have till 10:15.
You have until, yes, you have until 10:15, you have 45 minutes, and you give yourself a break in there.
So I would just love to have you make the point that what we're looking at today is really inclusive of an amazing engagement process that has just been completed. The hubs drove a lot of it, as we all know, but then we also had the online opportunity for people to call in or write in, whatever. So, and then, of course, RUIAC and our agency leaders providing actions on how are we going to actually accomplish these strategies, which really a lot of workload for them. But do you want to just give us that snapshot?
Yeah,
'Cause
let
it's
me,
very
I agree.
impressive.
Thank you, Sue, for raising that. So I took a look at community engagement, this plan compared to first plan. And I mean, this is so much more robust and we felt good. Everyone felt good about what happened for plan one. But I mean, the hubs did an incredible job. And they followed through, all of them followed through. They all went out. As you remember, we had people select content areas and we asked people to work with families. We asked people to work with people who were community leaders and deliverers of service. And so we have really robust input and Remy did a really great job. And thank you, Remy, for that, of summarizing basically, you know, what we got out of all that hub engagement. We also created, if people recall, especially those of you in the videotapes, our web-based platform, right? Some of you spoke on those, and we got a number of people to come online and fill out those forms. So that was good too. So we've gotten input, very robust input. And when we updated the plan, so in addition to the great activities that came from the state agencies, we also tried to be sensitive to the themes we're already hearing basically from the community engagement. And you'll see in the documents that we gave out that we tried to attend to and to try to address or re-emphasize areas that we heard as really important or singular in terms of the community. And some of that is reflected in like the word counting thing that Sue so nicely was able to do for us. And so I do want to share that we have tried already to be highly responsive to the community engagement process. At a high level, the community engagement process essentially said, you're all on the right track, okay? You know, there are things left to do in response to the community engagement. It is a state systems plan. So we are using technical terms. We haven't built the glossary yet. We have that yet to do. You know, we haven't written the introduction yet, which is the framing. Hopefully we'll talk with you about that a little bit this afternoon. But I do want to say that our perception of, and Remy, who read all of the community input very extensively, is that the community input basically was like, this is on the right track. It is ambitious, but we need all of these things, all right, in terms of improving the lives of young children in our community and families in our communities. So I think that is an important hats off. Sue also mentioned the extensive work that the state agency staff have done on this draft. And because I was around with draft one, and I think state agency staff will confirm this, you can see when you're looking at the actions, this is a different, this is somewhat different from our previous versions. In our other version, I think we talked about how maybe this was a little bit lopsided in terms of the focus on ELD's mission, okay? In this version, I think you can really see when you take a look at the actions, the activities and the commitments from the state agencies that this is in fact much more of the agencies working together. And there's much more depth basically that you're seeing in the actions. In fact, Kara and I were talking about this before the meeting began, that when we reviewed all the work that Kara pulled together with her colleagues from education, there are things that we couldn't include. okay, that people, but I think we have reached a different element or a different place now in terms of the collaboration. At the same time that I'm saying this, and I think we all know this in a very respectful way, and Sue emphasized this, the action, the activities are the work of the agencies, right? And so we want to be respectful as well of how agencies see their work, right? And what they see are both the things we're working on, as you said, Cully, right? Things, what are we doing? And things we aspire to do. We might not have done them yet, basically, but we hope to get to them, or we want to embrace the things that are the innovation, you know, or we're not using scaling anymore because everyone told us that was a bad word, making things more accessible, right? Broadening the reach of our programs kind of thing. And so just to maybe be a little mindful when we're working on that, that we've kind of taken a viewpoint in the drafting that agencies put forward what those actions are. All right. And that we listen respectfully and we write down what it is they want. We might have some questions back and forth, but that that we need the agencies to understand councils here supporting that these things nestle into the objectives and into the strategies and into our goal areas. But as we're reviewing that, that we want to give agencies, as it were, the last word, maybe is the way to say this, the actions and the activities. And we do have one of those that did come up actually in the community engagement, as is true around the country. When you go ask people around early childhood issues in community, one of the things family members and providers talk about is transportation. And so this happened here in Oregon. I've been involved with processes in other states where this is clearly happening. We have not yet addressed that. That's one of the things from the community engagement we have not yet addressed. Why is that? Because we need to talk to the state agencies together to try to figure out whether within the agencies we have at the table, right, is there a pathway? Are there things that we can do? Or is this something we're going to have to think about a different way of approaching or decide maybe this is going to be outside? I think we don't know the answer to that yet, but I wanted to raise that because I think this does relate, right, to some of this question of how do we understand all the different roles and the leadership responsibilities and opportunities that are coming from well-informed and pushed by community on what people see and want and need in their home communities, the important role that council plays basically as a champion, you know, and as a connector to the heads of the agencies, and the important role that the senior staff from the agencies who are here represented with us are playing in making sure that we can really have a great plan and see that people can take pride, right, in what they're able to execute. So a little bit, hopefully, Sue, that was what you wanted by way of background. And hopefully that's good motivation for people to be able to get into our work groups.
Okay,
Okay,
let's do it.
all right. So everyone know their work group, group one?
Yeah,
Everyone in group one, you know who you are, group two? Okay, group three. All right, let's go forth and we will reconvene at 10:15.
So we have George
Yeah, team.
online.
Yeah,
Are we
I-
ready?
I will, they are in my groups.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning, George.
Remy,
Um,
Remy, I suspect you're gonna send me a certain link.
Which room am I going to? I know it's, is it the one closest? The big one or the little
Yeah.
one?
It is, here, let's go together. Let's see.
So I feel like
Oh my God. Is this safe now? Okay, excellent. We're back on.
Oh. Why don't you start?
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So I know each of our three goal groups had really great discussion, and I guess that they could have gone on longer, but now we're gonna kind of get our reports out and have some response and reaction to things that we hear from the goal groups, and we're gonna start with goal 1. And I believe that Anne has agreed.
Anne has been drafted into.
Anne has been drafted into speaking for the group.
And it's.
With an assist.
I just scrambled.
I know. With an assist from Colleen, right, about what you want to share. So the floor is yours, Anne. Okay, and the only thing that I'll say is I know these groups, we needed more time. We always need more time for everything. Because we want to get through all three. I'm going to do my best to help us have this conversation and then help us understand that the conversation might end before we're totally ready for 10, so we can hear from all three groups. Okay. I know we just lost them. Remy, what should we do?
It's fine.
Are they still there? We just. can't see them?
They're still there.
They're still there. We just can't see them. Okay. Wait a minute here. What happened here?
It's fine. It's going. It's going.
Okay, it's going to come back.
Okay.
on. Okay, and that gave Ann more time.
So that's good.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think the camera just came unplugged, so let's give it a second to reboot. But they can still hear us though, so,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Okay, Catherine's nodding her head. We know I can see her on Remy's screen.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
So we were goal 1 and we had an incredibly fabulous group with a very lively discussion that had gone on for a very long time. But what excited us generally about everything is that we're really looking at actual integration of supports for kids at the system level and at the local level. Is it aspirational? Yes, but there are some tangible things that are called out that we thought were really important. We spent a fair amount of time talking about the need for how to help integration at the local level. We talked a lot about the need for the CCOs and the early learning hubs to be better integrated at the local level, because that way we can bring together the integration that the early learning hubs are already charged with the CCO, who have also a charge to be working at the local level. And that got us to talk about specifically behavioral health and the social emotional metric, and that could be the social emotional metric could be an engine for helping that better coordination to support kids on the ground. We did spend a fair amount of time talking about behavioral health and felt that maybe it could be lifted up more in that first goal and called out more. And that could then be an avenue for talking about the early learning hubs and the CCO integration at the local level and what that could look like. One suggestion was maybe we as the early learning council in this should think about think about an ideal scenario for what integration would look like on the ground and how it would be structured, which partners would be there.
And try and sort of map that out and say, what could that really look like? Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter.
Chelsea was talking about that in our group.
Southern Oregon Success might be one of the and then so that we could encourage that more at the local level. I think that I will stop there and invite my colleagues who are on that group to add more to this.
The only thing I would add is that I think the language could be more simplified. So each integration, if you look at each strategy, it naturally buckets Strategy 2.1 is sort of integration with housing. Strategy 2.2, integration with ODHS, having some subheadings that are just really simple. Integration with ECSE, like, because I think it's so jargony that it's not digestible to the average person, and we want it to be. That's why we did the videos. And so just thinking about how we can bucket, I just went through and bucketed each strategy in very simple terms that are much more abbreviated than the strategy itself. I'm not saying to get rid of the strategy, but just having those headings, I think, can make it easier to navigate. And the other integration piece we talked about was K-12. It shows up in the literacy strategy, but it could show up in the special ed early childhood intervention strategy. It could show up in the data integration, more profound or more pronounced strategy. So recognizing that is an important part of the integration holistically as well. I actually said that the whole goals could be summed up as like integration, families thriving, children thriving. And then in that, how are we doing these different pieces, and all the different levers sort of fit within each piece.
And you're saying K-12 or ODE could have a larger presence.
Well, because this strategy is focused on integrated systems, and in some the literacy strategy, this goal is focused on integrated systems. In the strategy that deals with literacy, it calls that out. If you look at the data use strategy,
Where are you? What number?
strategy 2.9,
Okay.
it puts ODE in a parenthesis, but it doesn't call out more specifically in a bullet point what that could look like. I think particularly because you're dealing with two educational systems where a child is going from one to the other, calling out the review of data between ECE and K-12 is actually very important for that seamless system. Not saying it doesn't in health space either, but and I think in IEE, CSE is another area, like special ed is not really called out. I just feel like all of those pieces fit together in an integrated system. We do a good job of calling it out with health and housing. It's just missing. ODE is another place where it says behavioral health and ODE, or behavioral health and K-12 are the two pieces that we felt like could be more integrated into the overall integrated system goal. Does that make sense?
And if I could just add to that, and we felt like OHA could help us, and we could help OHA have a stronger leadership role on early child development on the early years, and that would be a good relationship between the ELC and a department, and to sort of help develop a better system of early childhood health, including behavioral health. I want to just say one other thing, which is we talked a little bit about language and about how language creates impediments, so that even something called Early Learning Hub does not necessarily make it possible for ODHS or even OHA to see themselves necessarily in this, and that there's a language problem. And a second language problem was around home visiting, because for some people, having a home visitor in their house is threatening if you think that you're going to get engaged with the child welfare system, for example. So we talked about how language, it can be impediments for some of this work as well.
But we also discussed how do we challenge schema with the language, recognizing that learning does involve social emotional well-being, and even though it's not often connected with it, that it should be. And so how do we help people shift their brains to understand that learning and social emotional health are connected, from a neuroscientific standpoint, and begin to shift all of these sort of perceptions about what we mean through the language we use. So there's sort of this recognition of the impediment of language, but also the opportunity to shift people's ideas around the language to be aligned with what the science says.
Yep. It's interesting when we sort of, a little me, but you all were drafting this, we switched from early learning to early childhood throughout the document, except for the hubs. And that's because they're in statute. Now, whether we want to just say, forget the statute, we're gonna switch into early childhood hubs. Right, Peter will take care of that for us. So it's interesting. We're all really aware of the fact that in many cases, it seems to be a limiting filter.
But it shouldn't be, that was my point.
Because in order to learn well, you need all of these other
Yeah.
things. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Do other
any other
members of this
other-
group want to weigh in? Because I know you were all having a great conversation that we interrupted.
Bill, Alexa.
Covered what I was looking at. It was language was one of the things. I think also increasing, I think we need to make it up, we need to be more involved.
Bill, will you talk louder? So
Oh, yeah, sure. We're talking a little bit about the home visiting strategies around home visiting and the ODHS continuing to be actively involved. I think it's gonna be something where as well. And also with the family preservation work that's been going on and actually being family preservation looking further upstream. And how that is really working with families, working with degree that I think we have an opportunity to be much more expensive. I have nothing for it.
Other people at that table?
Oh, yes, I will just share that, I think we had a rich conversation around the hubs themselves and kind of the role that they play. The initial intention, what are they serving the purpose of now? How can we better utilize them? How can we have that conversation with this table to think about whether are changes needed, are they not? All those types of things. And I think there's a lot of opportunities in this new plan that the hubs could serve, and we're not sure if they will be or not. I'm obviously thinking with the waiver perspective here. So we talked about kind of like some opportunities for clarification at a base level, let alone kind of maybe a deep dive conversation about hubs for all of our different sectors and how we're connecting them on.
With the hub, like you go on,
Yeah.
with the hubs too, it's how that fits in with some of the hubs, their work, everyone else is tied in, kind of connected. That's what that's saying.
They shared a little bit about the intention of the hubs when they first were started and sort of the opportunity hasn't quite fully been realized. Based on what was envisioned.
Anyone else in that group want to weigh in? Let's hear from others in the room then, your reactions or thoughts about what you heard from Goal One group.
They were eavesdropping on us.
We were having feedback.
They were in the main room. Everybody else has a-
There are things about language, I like to be really thoughtful about that, because if we want our agencies and community and people who really recognize and see themselves in this plan, right? Then this is a plan for Oregon, not a plan for the people around this table, that making it easy and simple and I mean, even fun, hashtag, right? Like getting people really excited so that people remember it, right?
Yes.
So the legislature remembers it, so that people are walking away with like, oh, they're doing these three things. And then this is how they're doing it. I think that struck me, even as we're doing our own roadmap for children's behavioral health, I was like, we need to get to the celebration so that we can, so people. I agree with the learning piece. We've done a lot of conversations with ODE as well around sort of like how they use the term mental health. And how we're using the term mental health, and then having some of those shared definitions in our work can really help people get super clear what the work is. And again, how they see themselves in it. So I really like this.
To Holly's point about the early learning, you know, I in the health sector struggled with that for so long, but in my head, it's almost in my head, it was, you know, the ultimate goal is we want kids ready to learn and entering school, right? So everything contributes to that, but it's really hard to translate that to other people when they hear the word learn. It's only because we've been working on it this year. So, yeah, how do we either share that and get people understanding that and or change? Yeah.
Right, then we only have 5 years to do that, so.
Well, it feels like for
Endless
the
plan.
moment, right, that we, as said, the group made a decision. We flipped from an early learning plan to an early childhood plan. Okay, but I'm also hearing we have work to do still, and the hubs are in goal one, the work around the hubs, and we're gonna talk about that later. Right, this is an interesting conversation around what's the pathway forward in terms of the support and the continued growth and development of the hubs. I want to ask a different hard question about language. One of you said that the home visiting term came up as a potential problematic, and I'm very aware of that. This is the first I think we've had that brought forward, as for some people, this is like not okay. The idea that concept is not okay. So in the conversation, I just wondered that you had, recognizing it was very short. Did you have other ideas or options you started to put on the table around this issue of vocabulary is both can be a unifier and it also can be a turnoff, right? Both things are happening. I just wondered if the group got into any conversation around alternatives.
The language that we're shifting over substitution community
Community visit? Community visit.
and it really allows the family to find it. It moves away from going into someone's home. Some folks don't have. them.
Yeah,
that's good.
I think we talked about the importance of universality of it, so that it's not something being done because there's an issue, but that the reason why we as a council been talking about universal is the idea that everybody, that's the village raising the child sort of idea, and that it's something that, everyone benefits from, and other countries do at scale like that. And so normalizing it being important, in addition to just,
I mean, not unlike what
terminology.
we've tried to do with parenting education.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yes, very much so.
Right, exactly.
And I've talked to women in Canada, I mean, right next door in Vancouver, BC, who this is part of, like, when you have a kid, and these are not, and they're not low income women who found it to be a wonderful resource. And I thought, listening to it, how do we make that the norm here? At least in Oregon. Yeah, I don't know about the rest of the country.
What do they call it there?
I never, I thought home visiting, but I don't know. Now I'm wondering, like, she just talked about how someone comes to their house and a couple times and helps out.
But because it is universal, there may not be that stigma
With the
associated
language.
with it,
Yeah.
with that term,
Yeah.
that there is.
Long way to go.
Think about how universal childbirth classes are. I use that example all the time. Yes. So if home visiting and parenting education could be like that. Yeah. Not class, not class bound, not, education. And again, I think we can start to plant that seed. This is getting into the weeds, but in obstetrical visits, I think if you you make that more normalized.
And right, and of course, we have Kate's work to oversee, right, us getting from
5 years.
here to there. It's a long pathway. And I'm just saying, we have to get policy.
So Bill, is ODHS starting to move off of home visiting into?
No.
Oh, no.
Continue to.
Just change it.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's the lens. in which-
No, I mean the name.
On self-sufficiency, that's language. Kind of, yes, on child welfare, I think it's again, it's not a cost enterprise.
So you are migrating to community visits.
That's one of the languages we're using on self-sufficiency side, again.
He's saying the child welfare side is different.
Child welfare, maybe looking at it differently, yeah, with HP as well.
How is child welfare
Which keeps
thinking
the
about
stigma
it?
going.
Yeah.
Exactly, which.
Therein lies the issue.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not.
Bill, I have a specific request for you to use your outside voice, please.
Yeah.
I think the placement of the mic is.
It's detrimental to the end of the table. I'm sorry, y'all.
Can you say it again?
No,
Just do
if
my
I had
turn.
extension cords, maybe, but
Right, and
not
we-
right now.
Yeah, so the question was, and I think Catherine also is on like child welfare, but on self-sufficiency, we have migrated to community visiting as a way of framing it. I think it, to be honest with you, vernacular, we're still kind of moving towards, and it's not universally adopted in terms of this is a new kind of language that we're actually bringing in. So we have practitioners that have been doing it for years, and for us to be more community visiting, we talk about change language. That is a change in language. However, in child welfare, that's not like they it's much more, which is also much more challenging. Because that is where there's definitely there's associated with job overloading. The person going with self-sufficiency, which is much more than education.
I would push back to, language does matter, but for the home visiting that we're talking about, the voluntary family support and visiting in the home is the gold standard of being able to work with and support them and all of that. And so as we move along this continuum towards normalization, so that we too can be like Canada, it's going to take some time, and there's always going to be pushback. I mean, that happened very first time we testified to try to get the next model was you're mandating people come into our home. So we immediately inserted offered, university offered, because they say it's a voluntary. But I feel like if we change it to for these programs to community visits, it sort of gets a little bit more vague. And what does that really mean?
So how would it be for folks that are houses at home? How would that, where would they live if they had?
Right.
Where would they live in that?
Right, it would be community wherever they choose, and that's true for anybody. They don't want the home visitor at their home, they can choose to have that visit outside of themselves. Yeah.
So maybe that should be part of the definition in the glossary of home visiting, that it doesn't have to be the person's home, that it's broader.
Right.
And I would offer, like, that was essentially my response on the learning piece, that like learning requires that, thought, and I said thought and emotion are intermingled in the brain. Learning requires that our brains feel safe and like secure, that emotional piece is actually integral to learning. And because it's not perceived to be so, it actually is a detriment to children learning. And so instead of changing the name, I would rather challenge the assumptions in the same way that you're saying, because those schema have to shift for the betterment of children. Alexa talked about with the literacy strategy, they got pushback, and I've been very involved in that strategy because they started with belonging and setting the conditions where a child feels safe to learn. And people are like, no, you should go right into literacy. No, you actually can't. Like that neuroscience says that does not work. And so it's like, we have to keep challenging what feels comfortable for people so they can understand, again, what is, for me, it's always about the science, but I mean, it may be different with home visiting, but I think you're proving a point, like the gold standard is that. And so why would we change language when we know that to be true? And we instead move people to know what the gold standard is.
And so maybe this does wrap somewhat into, what's the council's role in all of this? And maybe that's something we want to sort of build into our agendas and our conversations. For those who key into our meetings or listen, it's just how we use the language and trying to be clear about that.
And I would say with the home visiting piece and child welfare, like child welfare has been weaponized against communities of color. The issue is not the language. It's the fact that people call child protective services on things that they shouldn't be calling disproportionately on Black and brown people. Right. Like that is the issue. That is the racism in the system. It is not because they're using the word home visiting. And I just want to acknowledge that it's a bigger issue. That's not the language.
Oh, yeah. Serena. Oh, hi, Serena. Welcome. Nice to see you.
Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, I'm not in the room. I was just agreeing with Carly. You're just so on point in both those messages. And it's not, we can't get stuck on words, because even when we talk about having a community visit in some cultures, that means extended family members, because that and other community members that will all be there for that community visit. And we have to really start thinking about that. And it is about how DHS has weaponized their visits and child welfare system, when so many of our kids of color, especially Native Americans and African Americans, just being being truthful here, are so much more targeted at those home visits. And so it's not about changing the words, but what do we do when we actually visit a home? When someone asks you to sit down, you have to have a seat. If someone, it's about being comfortable and creating those relationships before you just barge into someone's house and saying, I'm here to tell you what to do. But how about I'm here to work with you? And what does that mean in our communities? And so just really looking at it holistically and also taking into different cultures, because our demographics in Oregon has changed, and there's so many different cultures there now, and what the meaning of those words are. And we just cannot get stuck on words, because it just diminishes what we're trying to do and what the things that we're trying to move forward as well.
We heard this too from the tribal advisory committee, that the way we do home visits, if they don't respond and you still show up at their home and you've got government on your doorstep, right? And then I think we can't ignore that we're asking for highly trained home visitors and we're paying them $18, $20 an hour. So we can't talk about one without all of it, right? So we want to be able to be culturally responsive, but we're not going to pay them a living wage. We want them to have a master's degree, right? We want them to do all these things and do it better and be a good example of what government looks like in community. We're not going to pay people to do that. So looking at those systemic challenges, if we're going to actually make the systemic changes.
Yeah. And Alyssa, while you're speaking, before we leave goal 1, and I know we need to, I just wanted to have you make a couple of comments about the objective 1, which is really focused on how we're going to be partnering with the tribes in a government to government relationship.
Yeah, when we met with the tribal advisory committee, one of their really easy and clear expectations and recommendations was, if you want true government to government relationships, and we are going to recognize and respect sovereignty, and an easy way to do that is our first objective is to honor and recognize the sovereignty of the 9 federally recognized tribes that were Oregon's borders, and that special relationship that those 9 tribes have, recognizing there are other tribes that are not federally recognized, and that is beyond us, right? And so that was a really easy way to demonstrate that this is a priority for the council. It's a priority for the agencies involved in this work.
Okay, and yes, and we appreciate that. And I think it's, it will become a part of the council's agenda in the coming year, is just putting together those relationships and figuring out the appropriate ways to do that. So we're excited for it. It's just going to be another learning curve for us. Okay, on to Peter.
Goal 2.
Goal 2. Well, as was mentioned, much of our conversation tracked with the conversation with the goal 1 group. Goal 2 is all families with young children are supported to ensure their well-being. So somebody else had suggested this earlier that maybe this should be goal 1, as long as the county says, unless people feel safe, they're not going to be able to prosper. So it's extremely important. We had a very similar discussion to the first group. We focused on strategy 5.2, expanding navigators, coordinators across the early childhood system as being really central. And George made the point that if we can actually do that, we're going to impact objectives 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 on this goal as well. Because we're talking about how do we bring services together, how do we align them, make them accessible to families so families can thrive. We, believe it or not, had a long discussion about the hubs. Can there be consistency with hubs in terms of who's on their advisory committees, who's on the governing council, who's participating with the hubs? Is it possible to have it be consistent around the state? I'm really proud of the hub that I work with because they have everybody at the table, including K-12. And George made the point how hard it is for smaller school districts to participate with the hub because they're focused on the students and families they have to work with. But we did talk about, can there be some consistency with the hubs? Do the hubs have the capacity to help coordinate the navigators? If we have navigators coming from healthcare, navigators coming from human services, navigators coming from everywhere, how does that get coordinated? And do the hubs have a role in that? We talked a little bit about, it's possible to convene the hubs on a multi-day conference setting, try to get some of these ideas, get some real clear focus on Raise Up Oregon 2.0. So each hub understands how they're going to go about working on the specific strategies that are listed there. We talked about all the planning that's going on in our state. We have, every county has to do a community health assessment and community health improvement plan. Every county has to do systems of care. What's your systems of care? Every every county, the CCOs in every county are working on the early childhood social emotional metric. How does all this work to get together? And our navigators perhaps again key to this. So they're not just doing all this planning, but we have this actually aligned to understand how Raise Up Oregon 2.0 fits with the community health assessment and community health improvement plan, fits with the systems of care in every county, and fits with the work with the CCOs. And I think that's a pretty broad overview, but we really did focus on again the role of the navigators. And it's the same sort of thing about the home visiting program personnel. We have to have people who are paid well, a living wage. We have to make sure they have the training that they need and understanding of the resources in their region, so they can effectively navigate families into services successfully and get the outcomes that families need. So I don't know if anybody else from the group wants to add in. That was my 2-minute summary.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would imagine, we'll see what happens when we talk about both three, but I think that there's a lot of conversation and momentum around supporting the structure of the hubs, but in a way that's consistent and working in a line, but allows for some flexibility for them to meet and kind of see themselves reflected in this in a way that makes sense, you know, for them. So, you know, like, you know, one of the things we talked about is it would be great if you know, all the hubs could get behind what are the 3 core goals of the plan, right? Understand what the strategies are, but also have some flexibility to say, okay, well, based on the makeup of our community and what we've got going on now, here's where we need to start, right? As they build out their local plans. But this really should be the core, but it can't come without support, people resource, money investment, paying people what they deserve, right? Because burnout is real. Yeah. And sometimes these types of efforts, when you get down to the community level, can feel a little bit more tricky to navigate, because you might only have a couple of people responsible for all the work. So that's not gonna work. And so we're gonna have some focused conversation around supporting the hubs, and we really need to have a common conversation about what that support actually looks like. And then I think I think it's important to provide some guidance around who really should be at the table. Like, it doesn't matter which region you're serving, you need these people at the table. Families have to be prime, right? The tribal representation has to be forefront. CCOs, navigators, but there might be other important partners that may not show up in other regions that should be a part of that hub. And so those hubs need to have that flexibility to incorporate that. But I certainly don't know the full context, all the context of how the hubs or why the hubs were created. We talked a little bit about it at our state partner meeting, but I think there's so much opportunity there. There's so much opportunity there to re-strengthen the hub network, the early childhood system hubs. Yeah, Bill.
Just an idea, just like.
Bill. Well,
Yeah.
We were talking about navigators and the early childhood navigators, or community-based navigators, rather. And I'm kind of curious what folks are thinking about when you think about community-based navigators. I'm also mindful of how many different folks are connecting with families. And there's so many different navigators, home visitors, touch points, and not necessarily overwhelming families or overwhelming community, but how do we have more of a centralized and coordinated effort across our system, as opposed to having navigators represented in a specific system, more about navigators connect with families and then connecting back to the systems, because I think families have to navigate all of these different systems with a specific navigator associated with your system, right? So how do we, like, I'm curious about how that might be done.
Wouldn't that be a great opportunity for cross-departmental collaboration? Like the state's putting out, I'm part of a regional network, they're calling it Innovation Clubs. And one of the things we landed on is a one-stop shop that their job is to connect all the community organizations, so insert state departments, understand and coordinate efforts from the family lens rather than the departmental lens, and connect those services to the individual or the families in need rather than everybody going at it from different angles. So does that happen?
Yeah, and it turns out we actually have a pilot going on right now.
Of course you do, Peter.
I know they pilot everything.
But it acknowledges the fact that families are going to come into the system from a wide variety of different places. And so if they're working with La Clinica, then La Clinica has a process to work out a family success plan with the family they're working with. And then La Clinica helps that family navigate into the system that everybody else is part of.
Let's all do that.
Yeah, so we have a pilot going now. We've worked with 70 families and 6 different community partners to see if we can organize this sort of navigation and like, and using the Connect Oregon system is proving to be a very essential part of this. So some from La Clinica can get on Connect Oregon and say, this family needs assistance with housing. They also need, the parents are interested in parent education. So let's get this all done through Connect Oregon and then do the community partner gets a little bit of money to give a warm handoff from the family to the next part of the system.
Yeah. And we do reference Connect Oregon in here.
Right.
A couple of times, I've noticed. And one of the things we talked about in goal 2 session was to support the hubs. We need 2 things from our agency director partners who sit at this table. One is we need some funding. They need to put some money into the hubs coordination roles. And so, and that's also in our plan, one of the council's responsibilities. And then the second thing we talked about was having the directors make sure that these strategies and actions filter down to the local and regional offices that stem from the state office. So that they're really communicating the importance of getting involved in the hubs and showing up at the convenings and partnering to make sure. And I think in most cases, if not all 6 of our agency director partners, that's happening, but just to make sure that's really intentional. Among our partners.
That's part of why I think we thought it would be helpful to have sort of a vision statement around what is the ideal scenario and the scaffolding of what a hub looks like. That is, maybe it's just looking at Peter's hub, but being able to illuminate that so that people can have in their imagination what we're aiming for. Because I do think it sounds like at least 2 of our groups focus a lot on hubs, and hubs were supposed to be sort of the nucleus, at least in the birth to 5 space for community. Now, the funding has always been an issue, and the backbone organization therefore makes a big difference because some backbones can subsidize better than others. And we talked about how in our group, how the ESDs in some regions tend to be a strong backbone. But then CCOs aren't as engaged because that's so education focused. There's not that connective tissue. So I do think there's a lot of hope in the hubs. I was saying when I started on the council was when the hubs were being formed. So I remember all the conversations, and it was a walk away from the Commission on Children and Families. So there was a deliberate, some of it was political desire to sort of move away from Commission on Children and Families to this different model. But the idea was that it would be more of like the center of the wheel, like where the spokes are coming out for community. And the challenge we had with the Eastern Oregon is just it's such a big geographic region, but there wasn't enough funding to break up the region and have 2 hubs. Because I think that was the most controversial hub just because of the geographic reach from Malheur to Wallowa being really not there. But funding has always been I would say, impediment to the hubs actualization, one of the main impediments. So if departments were willing to invest in the hubs, I think there would be a much easier way to see them reach, the reality that I think everyone envisioned for hubs.
Cully, to build on that, it's interesting when I was listening, someone talked about, I don't remember who anymore, how all of the state agencies actually have to do extensive plans that also require people to call upon community constituents. And of course, you all submitted them and Remy analyzed all those plans for this version of Raise Up Oregon. But it would be interesting if the hubs were able to grow to a point where they were a reliable connector so that it became easier. I'm looking at our OHA team because you all have many different plans depending on your funding streams, right? You know, that it became easier then for OHA to know, hey, we can team up to get all the voices by working with the hub. So, you know, I think these things, as I'm listening, they could be very interdependent if the hubs were seen basically as having the resources and the position in community to have well-established connections, basically with the multiples. So family members who are users of multiple services, right? And service providers across the range, just, you know, to elaborate where there's a connection could make the system more efficient. But I also hear people saying some of the hubs, Peter, yours, I guess, right, you know, may have greater capacity. The last thing I just wanted to share, on the other hand, is the hubs followed through on their community engagement. Now, they were not asked to reach out to every type of constituent. They made selections, but they did do a really good job in the request that was made of them for building up and contributing to this version of Raise Up Oregon. And I took that as a really great sign in terms of growth and capacity, right?
Well, and we talked about that. That's the difference between the CCO and the health sort of systems. They do not have the same relationship with community. Like hubs have relationship and trust with community. I'm sure there are hubs that could build more relationship with different communities, but that is a key, I think, differentiator that's worthy of note, because to do this work without community connection and voice is, you know, you mitigate the impact that you can have. So I think that's an important part. And I didn't mean to suggest that, I mean, Pierce Hub is amazing. There are also other hubs that are really incredible too. And I get my comment on East Oregon was not a reflection of their hub. Their hub is actually, that's Kelly Post hub. What I worry about is she's incredible and has led that hub in an incredible way. And if she retires, how do you make something sustainable beyond the person? So what I see in the hubs is you've got some strong leaders of hubs that can overcome the systemic barriers that the hubs have. Our goal, I think, as a council is to eliminate the systemic barriers so that it's not so dependent on having a strong leader. That's where we have opportunity to grow.
Yeah. Holly had some great ideas around convening, and then it's kind of been a gap that we used to do this. We've done convenings between CCOs and hubs, haven't done that for a very long time. Whether or not the hubs themselves are being convened much anymore, and like where are the learning opportunities of seeing a really successful hub model.
Yeah, we talked about that too. I know the hubs, because I used to go to some of them, used to convene, and then we all disappeared. And now that we're coming back again into 3D, we'll have to figure out what's happening with hubs. I looked at Gwen, but I know Serena may be gone. Anyway, and Alyssa. Okay.
Oh, I'm here, Sue.
Sorry, I did this on video participants. I'll put them back.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry about that. Sorry, Serena.
Hi.
Okay.
Just noting that there's a lot of talk about hubs, and I know you are up to your ears in hub conversation.
Yes, I am.
Might be on months to say.
So I'm taking lots of notes.
Okay. Let's do 3 and then we'll see kind of where we are. And goal 3.
So goal 3, I sent you all an email. Did everybody get it? Because there were 6 participants and 5 of the 6 are going to share key insights.
Nice.
So
But I want to make sure they got my email.
Okay.
Okay, everyone open their little emails just before we kick off. It'll be in the little order in the email.
So I'll start off. Our goal 3 is that all children are thriving in early childhood and beyond. We kind of, speaking for the group, we thought the plan was great.
really comprehensive, but somewhat intimidating. Examples of kind of where we thought were really positive parts of the plan. The fact that it includes now trauma-informed care, that's really great. That there is resilience training embedded in the plan. On objective 14.5 and 14.6, Katie in particular thought that these are building pathways for credentials and degrees and licensing that hopefully will be rooted in equity. We need to be somewhat clearer about 14.5, or maybe this is your point. No.
No,
it
it's
isn't.
going.
Okay.
Okay.
We need to be clear about 14.5 professional development and what we're sort of training for and where the focus should be. The focus on inclusion and doing more for kids with special needs was important, and we appreciated the focus on the childcare work.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think overall, the group really thought like the plan to implement the plan that we're going to require additional capacity and resources than we have now. And so that sort of does make it aspirational, but that it is a nice blend of what's achievable and kind of the near term and long term. And I think just to some of the, I'll just add to the conversation around how do we use like an early childhood hub or something. There was a little bit of conversation around like making sure we're not siloing the work. And I think when we're looking at needing more resources, I think that there are some of us right now who are trying to figure out how do you blend resources from different agencies when we have similar outcomes we're trying to achieve. And there are some challenges that we face in the system to do that. So I think that that'll be something for us to really be looking at, as well as we're thinking about how do we get the resources and make sure that it's not siloed. And that there's a lot of potential goals in the plan this time, meaning that like we were able to see like that there's advocates, right? Could look at this and say, here's a place for me, or here's something that we can take up. And that it's really clear the agencies are outlined, but also that the services are clear too, like where we want to increase services. So it can be discrete, but also a little more obtuse. And I think that different entities and different partners in the early childhood system will be able to kind of like see themselves in this. And that it was really clear that sort of, like we thought that it was a nice path and for the council that this does provide you with some of the resources or tools that you need to stay focused, especially around some of that increase in resources and funding. Anything there?
Good.
So let me know.
I think Katie's next. Yep, I'm next. So a lot of us, I've heard it from the other two goals, are really contemplating what success looks like and how we will actually measure it, especially when so much of this is aspirational. And so we chatted a bit about how to actually do that. And a couple of things came to mind. One of the first things was, maybe this is through the hubs and other ways, is asking people who are utilizing the system is to continuously go out and get feedback. Are we fulfilling the things that we said we wanted to fulfill, that we had the conversations about initially? Engage your success against that. That'll be fairly anecdotal. There'll be other ways we can have data and metrics. One thought that I had that I just wanted to throw out there is it's often really helpful, at least to me, to look at a 5-year aspirational goal and back it up and put points out there. When are we going to start measuring against X, Y, and Z? Are we actually delivering this stuff? Can we do it in year 1? Nope. All right, so let's not even talk about that in year 1, but maybe in year 2, we start to put a framework together for the XYZ thing we want to do. So some sort of structure around achievable goals. How do we get feedback so we can monitor our success and identify the gaps? is just gonna be a lot of work to do that. The end.
I'm next. We had a conversation around, it was exciting to see all the different agencies incorporated into this plan. But also just sort of naming that we don't want it to be, we're all named in this plan and then we go back to our shop and start working on our part of it, that we continue to figure out sort of how to integrate the plan piece. So we gave some examples of how ODE was able to take sort of just the feedback of the plan in a much more comprehensive way now, just to make sure that many people within the organization were contributing to this plan. And we talked with the roadmap for children's behavioral health, that we wanted to see some of our strategies from our roadmap visible in this plan, and vice versa, that we want to be pulling out the things that OHA should be doing with regards to children's behavioral health, so that the plans they're overlapping and incorporated, so that as our agencies are backing our plans and supporting the work, that it's that they're interconnected. So it's not like, oh, that's that plan, and then Child Welfare has their transformation plan, and Children's Behavioral Health has their plan. We want to make sure that we're showing up in all of each other's plans, so that there is resources to FTE and work toward it. Did I miss anything?
Subin, I think you made a couple of comments along that line too, of when it's a cross-departmental priority, what is the infrastructure in place? My words, yours, I can't remember it specifically, I'm paraphrasing, but how do we meet and talk and see these as a mutual thing that cross departments equally? And to your point, is how do I see myself, my department in this thing?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we were talking about a previous example around the cultural navigator idea, right? Or the community navigator idea. That could be an example of something to circle around and plan and discuss and the implementation of it. And so I feel like the more frequency there is between organizations meeting together and planning and working together, I think that helps us to get the seamless alignment that we're talking about over and over in the plan.
That's perfect for Karen to share.
I was going to say, so that was a great segue. And I think it encapsulates a lot of what I'm going to say, but I'll reiterate that we really did talk about the fact that cross-agency collaboration is going to be key to the success of meeting the deliverables of this plan. And so, we have all of our agencies identified in parentheses in various areas of this plan, and really making sure that what doesn't happen is that we come together, build this plan, and then go to our siloed areas and try to work on our checklist. Because it's not going to work. Like, a lot of this work is really deep, it's highly collaborative, we need each other. And we also, to build on what Chelsea was saying, we need the support of our agency directors to collaborate and to encourage us to work together and do this work. We need to be enabled to work collaboratively together to share the work, and have opportunities to come together and do the work in the shared space. We also talked about the possibility of really thinking about how to find funding, and I'm just gonna kind of add my own thoughts there as I was looking at this key talking point, thinking about it. We need support and understanding what's allowable for us to do, and I really feel like maybe that's something that the Early Learning Council could kind of help us to, we could come together as agencies and learn, do some shared learning on how we do some layered funding or some graded funding approaches and what that would look like. I was hearing earlier, I think we were touching on that when we were talking about early learning hubs, or we're talking about different positions, the community navigators. I think that there's some opportunities for us to do some layered or blended funding, but we don't have good resources to help us understand how to do that in a really effective way. So it almost feels like we need to have a table and that brings us all together specifically for that purpose, where we're getting shared training and information on how to do that. Because I think we all get different messages. We're all working with different partners. And at the end of the day, it leads to us not doing this work because it feels really hard and unmanageable. So I'm putting in some editorials there too. But we did talk about that shared funding piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the whole of that.
You want Subin to do his thing and then you go, and then go.
I just had a quick question, not a comment, but do the agency directors come together now to work on these shared plans?
I think the agency directors do come together on I know Director Bill is always at like an all agency director meeting, but I don't know that it's specific to planning. I think it's.
So Alyssa, when do you all come together?
We, DAS convenes all agency directors every other week, but it's very focused on enterprise wide, right? There's like 160 people on those calls. So there isn't a table right now. I think it was partly kind of like the children's cabinet, although I never quite got there. There isn't a table right now where like the agency is represented here and maybe like DLCD or DCBS or other agencies that intersect with this work are coming together to talk about birth to 5 or education or
Well, I would say that the council, Sue has done a great job, just to remind everyone of making this a good space for agency directors, right? Who are connected to Raise Up Oregon. Is that a fair thing that we
Yeah,
can
but
say?
we only meet once a month. I mean, I think
Understand.
her comment made me wonder, well, is this the only place or is there other places?
And it's not just the directors, right? It's like people are getting to plan around a specific project or a milestone or an outcome, something measurable, deliverable. I think that's also important too. And the director should be meeting too.
Well, it does beg the question. I mean, I sat as a bystander support to the children's cabinet, right? And that felt like a table, and you were on that table, and Sue, you were there. It felt like a space where if there was leadership, that there were decisions made. This is what covered before. Could be a place where this could be really centered. But that was something the former governor.
I was gonna say, has this governor indicated a desire to?
I don't know.
And I think, you know, in her defense,
Yeah.
she started this legislative session started, right? Like, I think
Okay,
this is
so
really
it hasn't
important.
indicated no.
Not
Yeah.
one way or another. And I think, and to me, one of the really big values of Raise Up Oregon, and Harry, you mentioned this at the start, this is so much more robust than the first iteration of Raise Up Oregon. And the first iteration moved needles. It had a tremendous effect in community and on state policies that worked. And this one's even better. It goes even further, right? So I think what really needs to happen is, yes, where is, you know, how does it align with the governor's vision? What levers does the governor have to kind of help with this along? But I think it's also, to your point, Kara, like the so what? So what is the expectation of agencies, and how can the governor's office reinforce this? How can the council reinforce this? That those work plans are being developed with this work in mind, and all of these action items underneath these strategies lead to actual work, recognizing that ODE can't own it by itself and do it by itself, and OHA can't fix behavioral health completely on their own. And so how are we going to, you know, I'm gonna fix it all. So it's really then, it's now you've done it, and just like we did with the first iteration of Raise Up Oregon, it's not gonna sit on a shelf and collect dust. How are agencies going to operationalize it? How are the hubs going to be a part of it to help it happen in community? And what are those community partners and the folks who aren't in the agencies or at that director level that understand this, and making sure that agency directors reinforce that this is a priority? And that's, I think, the other place where the governor can offer leadership effects too.
Well, the governor's education advisor will be here this afternoon from 1:30 to 2:30. So it'll certainly be I mean, we're going to talk about literacy and budget, but those will go quickly. So, so it'll be an opportunity to talk, at least say something about this.
You know, in our circles, this is the most important thing. And of course, going far upstream is the most important thing. But, you know, to what we experience like with Medicaid, to your point, Alyssa, you know, children are half of Medicaid recipients, but they get very little attention because the adults have so much more that has to be done, right? So with agency directors, you know, children is a part of their total work and they have to balance what this is all about. And so unless it comes from the governor, I think, and they'll do the best that they can, because we all see the value of it, but it's gonna be tricky for them to be able to balance that against the adult services.
And I will build on that and say I shared this in our small group, but for the waiver, which is there's a portion within this plan, it's been really interesting because the governor's office has set the expectation that it is a shared accountability across OHA, ODHS, and OHCS in a way that I've never personally seen. And weekly meetings with the three directors, assigning out resources and staff and understanding who's accountable for what, and deep knowledge and expectation around the plan. And we haven't really ever done that. It's like really actually figuring that out. And it's both exciting. It's really, really hard, I will say, new cultures and how we all work together and how we assign out staff. And this probably wouldn't happen if the governor wasn't asking us to do that. So we have opportunities to bring to talk about the pressure. Yeah. And they're currently recruiting, or they're going through the process of hiring a child and family advisor at the governor's office. That's going to be a new position. And I don't know where that's at right now, but that is encouraging.
In the health side, behavioral health.
It is
very.
yeah. I mean, is it health? I don't know. I think it's child and family.
Oh, I thought they said it was health, but maybe I'm wrong.
No.
So it is an opportunity with, as we were talking earlier about navigators, I think ultimately I'm guessing we're going to like to get to a system that doesn't require all of our systems to create navigators. But that is definitely what we're doing right now. And
Just
so
inefficient.
I think we just need to name that, because I mean, even if I'm hearing of, initiatives and pilot, ODE around mental wellness and everything else, it's like one of the first things people got was create navigators in schools. And then we did that with some of the COVID school recovery funds, like that's a symptom of what we're talking about. And while we can keep doing it, and that's great, we need care to be, so that we can keep it. I know we're all doing navigators, but in Oregon, what we want to do is have a system that doesn't require.
So then do you want to?
Sure. Yeah.
That is.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
No, good, that's good.
I will make one comment about this is I think we talked about the beginning narrative at various times over our meetings. And I feel like that's a moment where we can kind of paint a vision, show a vision around this is a difference from the status quo of how government usually has these silos and compartmentalizations. Like we're working differently to make things better for children. I think that's a moment to be able to say that. Okay. So the last point that we talked about as a group was some of these strategies that are named in here feel really immediate. They feel doable. There's people who are already associating themselves with those line items. And then there are other parts of it that maybe don't exist yet or far down range, right? We heard that it kind of felt intimidating, overwhelming. And so one way to kind of handle that is to kind of name the strategies that feel really immediate, right? That's like, we're working on this now, get to some measurable outcomes and name what they are. And then also name what is aspirational and feels like we need to put resources in place, and then we organize the people, and then we work on X, Y, and Z, and then those are longer term aspirations. So whether it's workforce or aligning our systems or getting continuity of care in and education in terms of birth to 5, K-12, there are elements that are really long term that will take more than 5 years to work on, and then there are parts of it that live within the 5 years that we're planning for.
Wow, good work, everybody. Okay, so we're all totally drowning right now in ideas and excitement. But I think that's a great segue into what we're going to do after we take a break, get our lunches, walk around and get the blood flowing again. Is that I think we want to figure out, so, okay, what are we going to counsel with all of the RUIAC support? What are we going to focus on, let's say, in the next 12 months? What is our charge? You know, where are some of those short-term wins or, you know, what are our priorities for the next 12 months? And we know that we're gonna need VRIAC support to make any of them happen. And we know getting Delph up and running in 32 days or whatever is a top priority.
But then that won't be done.
That'll be done. We'll check it off. Alyssa, we'll be all done with Delph. Yeah.
And we can quit.
We can start strong.
Right. So let's all take a break, get some lunch, get more coffee or whatever. What time is it?
Yeah, we're good.
11:30.
Perfect time.
Okay.
We're on time. Yeah,
So
we're
we'll
good.
be back at 11:50.
Yeah, that's carry it. Yeah, 11:50 enough time for everyone?
Yes.
20-minute break? Okay. Everyone can do all their calls or whatever they need to do.
Right. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Wow.
So, it's interesting, yeah.
And.
And we are back online.
All right, great, thanks, Remy, for getting us back. I hope everybody had a great chance to eat. Jump up and down and chat. Let's see, is George on and I just can't see him?
George had to jump off for a quick break to work with our financial staff, so I assume he'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I don't see him come back, will you tell me when he's?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, he said that he would be leaving at 11:30, so he'll probably be back around noon if I'm gonna get it. So.
Okay. I think at least all the council members know that this is George's last meeting. He has too many boards that he's on, too many
That's no excuse.
Take it over, George. We support George. He's so great. He's doing so much
Too
work
many
for his region.
union negotiations and etc. So this will be his last meeting. So when he gets back on, I just wanted us to say a big thank you to him because I know people are going to have to peel off and go do other things. So we will thank him when he gets back. So what I would like to do is focus our conversation for the next half hour or so on what do we want the council to do in the next 12 months? What can the council do in our meetings to really support you all, Ruia folks, knowing that you are really a major key to the implementation of these strategies, some of which are shorter term, as Subin points out, and some of which are more aspirational. And then specifically, what should our council meetings look like in the coming year? Do we want more panels the way we had in the last several months? How are we going to center Raise Up Oregon in our work? We've all talked about the hubs a lot, every group did. So what's that relationship? What should it look like? How can we make sure we're engaging our agency directors in the conversations at council meetings? You know, basically, they've all been up to their ears with the new governor and totally, well, and the legislature. I'll forget the adjectives. So we really haven't seen the directors in a couple of months. We've had some, offline conversations, but we really want to re-engage them in September when we come back into full swing. So those are sort of what I wanted to just throw out as questions and really queries about what do you all think we should be doing? Council, but also Ruia, because we need you and we think we can be an asset to you. And I know Bill's leaving soon for another movement, so I want to make sure you talk with her about. But you don't have to leave on.
Talk about education.
Sure, anything you want to talk about.
Sue, I'll jump in.
Pardon?
I'll jump in.
Okay, Peter.
Ann Kubich actually did something several years back that changed my life, in that I had to learn a new way of working because she introduced me to this group called Co-Creative from the Burbank Foundation, and they actually funded us to actually work with Co-Creative. And so I've been indoctrinated now with their working process. And they talk about meetings, they use the PALM acronym: Connect, Align, Learn, and Make. And they study collaborations. It's slightly different working with on a state level, but they really emphasize using some meeting time to make sure you're connecting with people, getting to know who they are, what's happening in their lives, their regions. Aligning the work together, make sure people understand what's going on. We do that, a good amount of that with our meetings too. Put in line to make sure, okay, Do we understand what is happening with the various agencies? Sometimes we get those reports consistent, that's pretty darn good. So we all have the same information. And then learning something, and sometimes the panel has been very good about learning. And then making, which is making a decision. You know, so after we learn, we have to take that information and use it in some way. So that's, I love working in that way. It's really accelerating our own collaboration. It's fun. It's fun. Or in the years since we started doing this, and we have over 68 active members of our collaboration, we haven't taken a vote since 2019. Because we're connected, we're aligned, we learn something together, and then we just, okay, doesn't it make sense now? Does this make sense? And oftentimes the group will take it, I'll prep the meeting and say, well, here's the 3 options for the group. And the group will then say, oh, no, we want option 4, and they'll define the option themselves. So that's my spiel.
Got it. And how frequently does this group of 68 meet?
Twice a year.
Twice a year.
And then we have work groups that meet monthly.
Wow.
So subgroups meet monthly on various areas like preschool, kindergarten alignment, school-based health service.
Got it. And what's this group called, Peter?
7-1 Success.
That's it. That's you.
Yeah.
Can I just say that he gave me credit, but I take none? Because it's all about local leadership and local capacity. So thank you for saying that, but I'm not going to let that lie uncontested. Okay.
My brain is on Raise Up Oregon version 2, and I feel like one of the things, and this I might just be naive, I don't know how the first rollout went, but I feel like something that we can and should be talking about is the rollout, and how this plan eventually gets revealed, the communications, that narrative that we talk about, our videos. I overheard some discussion around videos, and how do we bring people together, what messages need to go to which audiences. So I'm sure the hubs are hearing something, the group that we have here is hearing something, and then there's something that I think that we can and should do is be very transparent with the field, right? And just share something that's very public, that's very visible, that gives people insight into where these ideas are coming from, right? I think there's a rallying cry. That's part of that. And I think that goes to a previous point that Elise said a few months ago around there's a vision here that I think that the council that we're putting out, right? So
great points.
Yeah. Yep.
Kelly, so this is gonna sound whatever, because I know I'm trimming up, but I think the council should be more like, I think there needs to be more meetings, so I recognize people don't have time. So I say that recognizing the challenge with time, but I think listening to the conversation today and recognizing that there's not a lot of tables that bring folks together around some of these pieces, it feels like, I don't know if it's a council meeting or like an off cycle within the month meeting that does some of this alignment work. I don't know if it has to be public because the council's involved, but you have a
I was just gonna ask you, Khalid, it's just like a clarifying question. Is it necessarily that there aren't enough meetings? Because we have monthly meetings, January and June, and then we have a summer break because everyone's summer break. And then September, October retreat, and then December meeting. Right now, we're extending it a little bit. Is it necessarily the number of meetings or the length of meetings that you want to talk about?
I was thinking I think the purpose would be different.
Sure.
I mean, I think some of the things discussed requires a different conversation than what our council agendas typically are, because we still have to approve rules and, there are pieces that we have to do that are not about alignment and integration. This conversation, there was a lot around alignment and integration. If there's not another table set, then what is the council's role to sort of facilitate and create space for that conversation? So that's the wondering I have. I don't, the other thing that jumps to mind that I'd like to see is, and this is because I sit at a lot of tables, but we have never had the student success plans come to the council. And while there is someone that is representing early childhood in the student success plan meetings, the student success plans focus on birth through the system. And we have one for Black, Latinx, Native American, they're working on one for Asian Pacific Islander, and there's one for LGBTQ plus. I think it's like these, I've only sat on the Black Student Success Plan, so I'm not sitting on all of them. But there has always been this like hole in the birth to 5 space. And these are plans that are looking holistically at cultural communities and their success statewide. And I just feel like it would be nice to have them here for this council to understand what they're about, but also for them to understand what we're about. It does come up the silos in those conversations. And I've often thought, well, the one table that everyone is at is this council table, but there's not interface between the two. So I would love to see that as something that there's a session. I don't, it's not every council meeting, but a council meeting where it's really focused on these plans, because now there's conversations around how do you integrate these plans with ODE's plans. There should also be integration with DELT's plan and some of these other pieces, because these are the communities that are hard to reach. And you've got organizations that are very connected and trusted by them. So those are my 2 ideas.
Great, really great point. And let me just say, council, if you look at our agendas for the last at least 6 months this year, they're very focused on developing this plan, right? The panels focused on Raise Up Oregon, our conversations did, et cetera. So in a way, now that we're going to adopt a plan in another month or 2, we've done it. So now what? So in a way, we sort of have an open, I know we have rules we have to adopt, but in a way we have a clean slate. So it may not take interspersed meetings. Maybe we really relook at what we do in our 5 hours together. And I'm gonna just throw this out, and I'm not sure what our role is in this, but I feel like one of the things that's so impressive about Raise Up Oregon in this version is recognizing that the integration across agencies has to happen at the state level, but also has to happen at the ground, right? And at the local level. And my question to us is, how engaged do we want to be in causing that alignment to happen at the local level so that we can demonstrate what it looks like and show what really happens? And so the question I have is, would we ever take on a particular issue or a particular type of alignment that we want to promote in order to pilot it and demonstrate it and stand behind it and put our weight behind it? And what I'm thinking about, my group 1 this morning I hope you don't mind that I raise it, is the opportunity for early learning hubs and CCOs to work together more effectively on the ground in communities. And the fact that I think Kara was saying that actually there's one, Yamhill, that is where
we're embedded. I sit on that, we're on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're embedded in the CCO.
Yeah. Okay.
That's our kind of
That's the back
agency.
yeah.
And I'm sort of curious about, does that make it more powerful, more effective, bringing together the two sectors?
I don't have any perspective on how other people do it. I think that's a problem. We don't know. There's so many other models. When I've been to meetings where there are other hub members, everybody's kind of structure is so different.
So different.
We certainly get a report from the CCO at every meeting. We meet monthly. We have K-12, so we include not only the CCR&R and many of the social service agencies and public health. I'm the only other medical person on the hub, but we also have a representative from all the small schools in the county. It's not necessarily a leader in the school, it's usually a classroom teacher, but I actually kind of think that's good. They know what's going on in the school. That has been very doable during the Zoom world. because it's, you know, the travel is a little difficult, not as bad as it is in Eastern Oregon, but still it's half an hour, 45 minutes for some of those folks to come in. I think it's a good, successful model. Where we have struggled is to get community involvement. You know, everybody, because there's so many little communities around, and that same group of families that has been willing to share gets tapped over and over and over again. And there's a little, even though they get rewarded for that, there is a little fatigue, I think, involved in that.
Well, you don't want to be extracted.
Yeah. And so, you know, are there some things that could, where there could be a natural convergence where each could be helping each other? And one of the things we talked about this morning was the social emotional health metric that the CCOs have. And if that could be a, you know, a starting point and an inroad into bringing some collaboration together, that might, you know, to just make it really concrete and have a vehicle for how we can help you and you can help us. And we were even asking, when was the last time the CCOs and the hubs met together? And Kara seemed to have the history of 2013, really? 2013.
Yeah, it doesn't have it.
Oh, that's only 10 years ago.
Only. But
this is a 5-year plan.
And this has come up because of the social emotional metric. Like, we've asked this question at CI because they're both required for this metric to work. And what we're finding is there's not behavior of, you know, practice of coming together in an intentional way. So it's actually hindering some of the success of the metric.
And so a question really is,
Of the implementation.
are there a few things like that that could be really drivers for collaboration that everybody is invested in, that could yield sort of a collaboration at the local level that helps everybody and that demonstrates how it's done and that creates relationships that can maybe be lasting and cross into other areas? And so is that something that we as a council would do something that concrete? I mean, I'm so excited about what we decided to do with the home visiting systems coordination. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Kate, Sue, Peg, and Peter. But, you know, a few things like that that are just sort of demonstrating how the collaboration can really happen is a proposal that I would make. I'm not sure it's a good one, but that's another thing.
Yeah, Peter.
I didn't do a proposal because so much of the discussion was around the hubs too. So I have a question just about whether if we were to meet more frequently, can we do work groups? I mean, is there any legal barrier for us to do a work group? So it doesn't have to be a public meeting, doesn't be as formal. But we could say, hey, you know, if people are interested in looking at the hub model and taking the hub model to the next level, could we have a work group on that? And the work group could decide, okay, we're going to meet like, you know, 3 times in September and come back to the council with a recommendation from the work group on here's some pathway. And very much the relationship with CCOs could be part of that discussion. What kind of recommendations do we have to increase the participation of CCOs with the hubs statewide, etc.
So as long as we're not a quorum, which means 4 or less, do we have public meeting requirements? If it's a work group of the council, you know.
Yeah, no, as long as it's below quorum, we don't have to make it a public meeting.
So we wouldn't have to.
Well, if it's a work group of the council officially, then we would have to make it a public meeting.
Yes.
But if it's like a side meeting that,
You all find
There's-
yourselves at a conference and talk.
Right.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that in a James Bond movie. They all meet at the opera.
Stephen, that's off the record.
Yeah.
I think
We can figure that.
the crux is just the convening power of the council. How do we utilize the convening power of this council to help create alignment and bridge some of the work in an intentional way? I think that's the question, and the mechanism to do that is unknown maybe, but I think there is power in the council to do that, which I think is what Ann is saying.
Right. I'd love to get reactions from ELD, Del, and also OHA as far as, you know, is that a focus that we should have with hubs and CCO?
I think so. I mean, I'm speaking purely for myself, but when I think about the opportunities we have, especially in the coming we have, for the waiver, there is gonna be a huge investment in community-based organizations and their infrastructure related to community information exchange. And what we were talking about is, I don't know what the collective, is there a universal role for the hubs in that space where they're doing the same type of work? It does require something that I'm not sure all hubs do in terms of like individual member supports, case management. Is the hub the right space for that type of work to be done? We want that, like, we've got the vision of the council for the hubs, or are the hubs just, you know, depending on the work that they're currently doing, they are one of many players across the state that could be involved. And I think that's a great discussion, but I would love to hear.
Say more about that, Chelsea.
Yeah, everything.
I mean,
So I'm just trying to think through how to, so the way that we have these new services for housing, for nutrition, and for climate related events that are gonna have benefits associated. And these are all systems outside of health, and we need navigators. Again, once again, we're gonna be relying on navigators. And the way in which we're going to have to do this is to really lean on community-based organizations who are trusted in the communities to be delivering the services, making the connections, the referrals. To do that, we are not just gonna ask them to do that, we're gonna pay them, and to support that, it's gonna be lifted up with a lot of initial investment so that they can hire, so that they can, you know, really build the structures that they need, the IT technology, computer systems, trainings. And I think we're still in an exploratory phase about who that really will be on the ground in each community. I think it's gonna be many. There will be many. It will not just be one, but there could be a role for the hubs, thinking about the child-specific space, because I think, as always, I'm worried that children will be lost. And so is there an ask of the council? Would they want an expectation that the hubs are involved in some way in the implementation of the waiver? But I don't know enough about how each hub operates to know if that's even a reasonable ask, or if they would all want to take on that work or not. So getting deeper into that would be really interesting.
Steph, would there be dollars attached to that if we ask them to be more involved?
Like in the initial planning?
Yeah, and ongoing.
Possibly. I think we're still figuring out what that looks like. There's certainly a lot of infrastructure dollars. I think it's 50 million per year for the first 2 years that are going to go out to communities. So yes, but also I don't know exactly what it looks like. And like I said, it kind of depends on the role they would want to play. And if they can, are you having one representative who's representing all hubs, or is that something that each hub is going to convene in partnership with their community to think about the right, makeup of how all these organizations are going to work together to deliver services? And then it will be a reimbursable service, a little bit different than it's been historically. So these are reimbursable. The focus populations are also somewhat more narrow, but there is specific focus on kids involved in child welfare, kids at risk of homelessness. Hits our populations that I think we want to have a lot of focus on.
We could have a whole council meeting on that topic, seriously.
Yeah, and like how you want to do it. I think you're right. And then I think it would be the importance, these 3 directors who are on the council, who are collectively responsible and accountable to this waiver implementation, we need to be present for that conversation and carry that into the implementation.
Exciting suggestion.
I'm just
Yeah. Yeah. It's a great opportunity. And since they're meeting.
Katie, we could let do a pilot project. Somewhere.
Wow. Well, that's very exciting. Wow.
Yeah. And that's just the waiver.
That's one alignment.
Because I just.
Because Holly, you put out and people were animated by the idea that some of the council focus might be alignment, which is. There is a lot of alignment and partnership activity in goal 1. Which some of which was of course lifted up just to remind people from things people outlined in goals 2 and 3. And was elevated, right, somewhat in goal 1 for some of the specifics that are these efforts, right? To cohere in different ways across the state agencies, so. There's a lot, just to, if people wanted to look, if that is of interest, there's a lot of stuff there. That is in the plan that is very specific about alignment, in addition and to what you're saying, it's not just state agency to state agency. It's implementation strategies that involve working this out at community level too.
Well, the social emotional metric, which we've talked about at a variety of meetings, you know, whether this is another opportunity to do sort of the healthcare, early learning or childhood, and hub connection could certainly be another focal point for the council.
So do I have it right? That's part of the metric work and coming. Each CCO has to develop what their plan is for their coverage area, what their community efforts are going to be.
Yeah, I think the key, and this is what I said in the group, is that there's supposed to be community outreach. You're supposed to be developing the plan with the community, and that's where the hubs actually have more connection than the CCOs do. So they become an important partner strategically in fulfilling that requirement of the metric.
Yeah. And where are they in that process? I just haven't followed the CCOs. Are they?
Well,
I
I think it was the last week of April, they submitted their asset maps, their attestation to the agency. And I know that we're in the process of reviewing for the attestation.
And one of the things that have come up that we talked about was that there's technical assistance is needed. The CCOs do not know how to connect with hubs, and so there needs to be a level of technical assistance, which is part of the metric. I guess the hubs haven't always asked for that, or the CCOs haven't asked for that, but it is part of how they create the connection. So there's a lot. I mean, that's why I was saying that's just the Medicaid waiver. Like there's so many pieces that one can spend time with, which is what led me to think we don't have enough time in a given meeting. So there would have to be some other structure that brings folks together. Ideally not in public, and I'm all for transparency. It's hard to get into the weeds of some of this stuff and it's a public meeting.
That's why I suggest the work group idea in the legislature. That's quite common practice. That's a good idea. The committee can't handle it, but you want to work with the people involved with them. They don't have to talk meetings for the legislature. That's still not what the executive branch.
I honestly don't know why there would be public meetings associated with legislature committees, so
It's like
there's probably some sort of rule that I'm not aware of.
You know, the public meeting law, the intent is for transparency, but a lot of it is we have, we aim for transparency, so we have to do more public meetings than are actually required. The law requires public meeting if you're at quorum and you're deliberating towards a decision.
Right.
And that can include whether or not you are considering things, but if you have a work group and the intent of the work group is to bring their thinking back, you do not. I mean, you can certainly get lots of opinions on this, but I think you're not violating the intent of what they're trying to do.
Yeah,
You're
that
bringing
tracks.
information transparent forward.
I remember the intent of the public meeting to be, if there's going to be information presented to formulate a decision, so I guess that's probably how that works, is the work group, yeah, so maybe we could do that.
Okay, other thoughts for topics for focuses of the council in the coming year? And hubs are obviously getting woven into all of this. So do some brainstorming about how do we as a council want to connect with 16 different hubs.
Is there a central, I thought they had like a lobbying organization where they all got together. Yeah, and that might be a way to at least. I don't know.
They formed an alliance, and it's a formal organization, and they do have a lobbyist, they hired for this current session. So, and Lisa Harnish with the Marion Folk Unite is, co-chair of the alliance. So we certainly could work with Lisa, and the hub directors meet with the ELD staff once a month. But I think the alliance also meets separately from ELD staff once a month. So we could potentially look into that.
I have a suggestion for the council's focus, if you don't mind.
Related to this conversation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I think it's just like a very, very broad suggestion, which is, and just like backing up, Harriet and I were talking, offline about just like, what is the root cause that Raise Up Oregon is aiming for? And obviously, the system is screwed up. That's what the root cause of Raise Up Oregon is addressing. But at the end of the day, it's really knowledge, not, legislature beyond our advocates. And I wonder if the Early Learning Council, just putting more focus on information sharing around the legislature, particularly to there's a whole new crop of legislators, and they're not going to really know about the importance of the early childhood system and how large of an economic driver childcare is. And as we're, all of the economists are forecasting this recession coming up, I think it's a self-fulfilling prophecy personally, but childcare is a huge economic driver and it bolsters equity in the workforce. And also it's really easy for all of you council members to use your voice. You all have connections within your region and statewide. And so maybe it's just a commitment from each of you to make more relationships, make stronger relationships and build that voice.
These are voices. All right.
Add to that, I had dinner with two very experienced legislators last night. Neither one of them knew what they were going to.
Neither one of them knew what, sorry, I'm repeating this for the people on the phone.
Right.
Peter had dinner with two very important or very long-standing legislatures and had no idea what the Early Learning Council did. Luckily, you were there to educate them here.
They were impressed. They said the agency heads come to those meetings.
I've had those combos too, yeah.
I've had a different type where you're in the field talking to people and they say, what is the Early Learning Council? And we're making decisions on behalf of them. And so it's like, I would say that is an issue.
Well, I think hasn't Alyssa has she hired a communications director yet?
Not yet.
No. Okay.
The search is on.
Well, it's still on, or it's been on for at least 6 months. So if any of you'd like to step up, you can apply. Yeah, no, good point.
It kind of goes to Susan's idea too about what's the rollout going to be for Raise Up Oregon too. We can use this as an opportunity to say, we should do a campaign on this. We should do campaigns.
Right.
Visibility.
And we did in the rollout last time, we did send it to all the legislators, but we didn't also visit the legislators and say, look at your computer because you should care.
This is where the state agencies, I think, are under-resourced, the communications teams. Like, I have not seen a good comms campaign on anything coming out of education, whether at any level. And I feel like that's a challenge. And I know that Alyssa's hired someone, to lead communications. Where she went, but she could speak more to it, but that's like it's not, we like that. I feel like state statute doesn't allow for agencies to have so many comm staff, which is troubling because part of what makes everything such a mystery is we don't communicate well what it is we're doing. And the agencies don't get a lot of support for it. So I agree that a comms campaign would be great. I'm just recognizing, I wish Alyssa was here, but I think that they are under-resourced when it comes to communications.
Okay, good point.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Always here to help.
Okay, well, the bewitching hour is here. agency partners, thank you very, very much for spending your morning with us and for all of the time you've
Thanks for your work.
invested in getting.
Yeah.
And Ruach, you're welcome to stay. We are going to be talking about Delk related rules for the next hour, but the governor will be. Thank you, Kate. Yeah, at 1:30 we'll have that in the governor's office if you want to stick around.
Okay. This is what we get paid to do this, right?
I know it's really good.
The big bucks, the big bucks.
There were several ideas to move forward with the council for the year. That's great.
Yeah, there are a lot of ideas, both content ideas and that. You're all in, I can see it.
Dirty mugs. Thank you. Y'all are the best. Bye, Mitch. Thank you so much for coming.
Switch.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Case
Okay. All right, council. So we are, so you've got whatever the PowerPoint's gonna be. We're just changing the order on here, which, yeah. Isn't gonna affect you. So we're going to start with Kayla on the model rule.
Good afternoon.
Kayla, good to see you again. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, anytime. Just
Well,
ignore the.
I'll be out of your hair soon, I promise. You'll see me 2 more times today and next month.
Okay, we're all yours.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Remy, would you mind pulling up the council action request and I'll just talk us through, see if there are any questions. We can take a quick look at the language and move to a motion.
Let me do a screen share really fast, Kayla,
Beautiful.
so that everyone on the phone can see what we're looking at.
While Remy is doing this, I think the framing that David would like me to sort of preview for the council is, you know, as a part of standing up the new agency, we took a look internally at any administrative functions that an agency sort of had responsibility for that perhaps a division existing within ODE did not. And there are a couple of areas, this model rule being one, that agencies sort of have both a requirement to consider and then, you know, some, administrative responsibility to handle. One of the areas that we've identified as being beneficial for DELC to have upon July 1 is the ability to make mediation proceedings confidential. There is a statute sort of acknowledging that for alternative dispute resolution as a sort of option for agencies and third parties. This is not about agencies sort of going through intra-agency disputes. We're not talking about workplace mediations. We're talking about mediations that there is an external party to the state involved. But given that the public records laws sort of are generally applicable, there's a specific statute that enables the Department of Justice, the Attorney General, to write a model rule, which they have done, and it's been in place for quite some time, that essentially sets out standard procedures for how agencies could make mediations with third parties confidential. Again, not like workplace disputes. These aren't intra-departmental mediations, but those external pieces. And agencies can adopt those model rules and expand upon them if they wish. In sort of standing up DELC, we did a sort of audit. We thought that this would be beneficial and is a good thing to be able to offer as an agency as we're dealing with administrative proceedings on our own 2 legs, so to speak, after July 1st. And so we are proposing that we adopt the model rule that the Department of Justice has put in place for mediation confidentiality proceedings moving forward. Because it is a model rule, it does not require notice and comment. It is one of those that as long as you are adopting the model rule without further amendment, once you file it, it becomes permanent. Obviously, we're not going to do that without council approval because you are our rulemaking authority. But that is why in this council action request memo, you see on the background and the process, there wasn't a notice period because it's not required for these types of rules. Much like when you adopted the rules on model rules of procedure, I think a couple years ago, maybe many years ago now, it looks like actually that similarly wouldn't have gone through a notice and public comment period. It would just be a presentation like this. And then, we can submit and it will become effective upon submission in the Secretary of State's office. This is also a small plug and reminder. I'll take the floor to do this, that on July 1st, the Secretary of State's office is prepared to transfer all of the rules that are currently under the division to DELC. That's a technical process. Nothing is needed by the council, but everything that we have today, again, does transfer. And in addition, anything that we adopt between now and July 1st will also transfer over to DELC through that technical process. So the rule as proposed is just one sentence, as most model rules are. It's just proposing to adopt OAR 137, Division 5, Rule 52, mediation confidentiality, as promulgated by the Attorney General's office. And they established this rule on November 13th of 2018. Model rules do have to be dated because we want to make sure there's transparency for the public of which version was adopted. If there's an update, we have to update our model rule as well. But that is the background on this rule, the proposed need and what it would look like.
Okay, thanks, Kayla. Council, any questions about this motion? Model rule. I'd love a motion. I'd love somebody to read that motion.
I move to adopt the proposed language dated May 24, 2023, that adopts Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 414, Division 002, Rule number 0015.
There's a second for that. Second. Thank you. Discussion of the motion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Well done, Kayla. Whoa, that was right.
I tried to be succinct yet comprehensive. Sue, I think I'm handing it over, but I will be back, so I will stay online. I will be presenting for you today instead of Jordan on the remainder of the ERDC portions. But I believe that Alicia or Abby are going to take it away on some OCC pieces first.
Okay, thanks, Kayla. See you in a few minutes. So Abby and Alicia, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller and members of the council. I am here with Abby, my colleague Abby, to discuss a few topics, and we do have some slides. Remy, I don't know if you have those available, or am I sharing those?
I can share them for you, Alicia. And we've got it going in here. Give me 1 second to share on Zoom so everyone in the world can see us, what we're looking at. Okay.
So the first just quick note that I have is that with passage of 3558, House Bill 3558, OCC does intend to change its name and rebrand from Office of Child Care to Child Care Licensing Division. This would be in order to align with organizational terminology across DELC. And in addition, we are currently exploring what rule changes may be needed for this in order to align that work in the future. As a division within a state agency, our work will be lifted to a more important structure within the Department of Early Learning and Care, and this will provide us with greater visibility and recognition for the essential work that we do to promote safe and healthy childcare spaces within our state. And this in turn will potentially allow us to access more resources and support, as well as build stronger partnerships and collaboration opportunities. And that's all I have for my part, but I did bring along Abby, who's got the bulk of the presentation here in order to give you an update on our Certified Center rule revisions and the Rules Advisory Committee and how that work is going. I think we have slides there too. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Alicia. Welcome, Abby. Good to see you again.
Yes, thank you, Chair Miller and fellow council members. As Alicia stated, my name is Abby Strom, and I am the Child Care Initiatives Analyst for the Child Care Licensing Division. I will apologize if I say Office of Child Care or OCC. I'm working on that change. It's new to us, so. And I'm here to speak to you today about the revisions we are proposing for the rules that are for certified child care centers, as well as the Rule Advisory Committee and membership on that, feedback we've received, and then some changes that we've made based on that feedback. And as a reminder, the revised rule set will be presented for adoption at next month's ELC meeting. Okay. I just wanted to start the presentation with refreshing our minds around the guiding principles of our rule revision project. About this time last year, we presented to the council our rule set for school age specific programs. And that rule set was developed using the guiding principles that are on the screen. And we will continue to use these guiding principles to anchor our future rule revisions. And specifically, I wanted to draw your attention to these because as we review the feedback that we've received from the RAC, you will notice connection points to these guiding principles. So we really look to examine and remove barriers aligned with feedback we've heard from the childcare field. We strive to use a plain language approach. And we really want to clarify existing CCLD practices and policies and being really transparent. We reorganized in a more logical manner. For example, all policies are listed under policies. We try to align with Caring for Our Children, which is nationally recognized best practices for early care and education as much as possible. And then we really want to create consistency across license types. So a lot of our language that exists in our school age set has been moved over to our certified center. And then we will carry that forward as we revise rules for a certified family and registered family. Okay. This slide shows our Rule Advisory Committee roster. Just some facts about the Rule Advisory Committee. We received 132 individual applications and invited 16 to participate. Participants included parents of children in childcare, advocates, representatives from culturally specific organizations, tribal representation, representatives from programs that serve rural areas in Eastern Oregon, as well as along the coast. When selecting RAC participants, we really wanted to ensure that we had representation from our priority groups, which included families, childcare providers from large organizations and small privately owned businesses, as well as the childcare resource and referral, early learning hubs, the tribe, and we also wanted to ensure that we had ethnic and racial diversity as well as linguistic diversity. We had participants that identified as Black or African American, Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, Hispanic and Latino, and we had participants that spoke Spanish, Russian, Ukrainian, and of course, English. I did want to remind folks, thank you. I did want to remind folks about the previous engagement that we've already done. I presented a lot on that in March, but we held listening sessions with certified center representatives. We had a community rule revision work group that provided a lot of feedback and rule language on staff qualifications, staff to child ratios, and infant care. We also received feedback from subject matter experts, including environmental health specialists, OHSU Safe Sleep Coalition, tribal partners specifically around our language on the inclusion of cradle boards, and then the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office, inclusive partners, as well as other ELD programs and CCLD staff. So the RAC was asked to provide feedback on identified fiscal and equity impacts, as well as unclear language or any unintended consequences as a result of proposed rule changes. And then feedback was collected through the meetings, and to ensure that RAC participants had various methods to provide feedback during, after, and in between meetings. We also offered an electronic feedback form that was available. What's on the screen now are some general, some kind of themes that arose from the feedback. And you will see that there's a lot of connection points, again, back to our guiding principles. So there was overall appreciation for the changes in layout and structure, which made it will make it simpler to find specific rule regulations. There was positive feedback or was received regarding the increase in clarity around our processes, and specifically around rule interpretation. So what we mean by the rule. And then this really worked hand in hand with the work that we've done to simplify rule language and adding information to rules to ensure there's clear understanding of what is expected within or what is expected within a rule. Kind of a surprise to us was that we heard specific from the parents on the RAC that they were thankful for the increase in communication that is required now between programs and parents in terms of center policies, as well as notifications and timeline for those notifications. And we'll go into examples of each of these later. Participants were happy to see that there's a reduction in some of the administrative paperwork, as well as a reduction in duplicative requirements. And this is really specific to programs that are on public school property. And we really intentionally tried to create flexibility within the rule so that programs can meet the intent in multiple ways. And this really supports our efforts to remove and reduce barriers to programs that are providing childcare. And then finally, there was resounding support for many of the changes we made in regards to staff qualifications and responsibilities. And in addition to the kind of our expanding options for administrative structures. And this is really specific to the multi-site program model. Yeah, okay, that's it, sorry. So in the next couple of slides, we're gonna go over some examples of the feedback that we've received. And really, we will also go over some specifics about feedback we heard and then the changes we made based on that feedback. So in terms of general layout and overall structure, this one's pretty self-explanatory. There was just a lot of appreciation for how we've regrouped rules and created headings that really describe what's in there. We actually received feedback for one specific heading, and we actually changed it to better reflect the rules that are in that section. So, and then so an example of where we've clarified an existing policy is that our current rules, and this is specific to outdoor play equipment, our current rules only really speak to, when we're talking about outdoor play equipment, so like a play structure, only really speak to that the piece of equipment must be surrounded by a resilient surface, so a surface that will protect children from falling, and that surface has to meet the standards required by the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission. So our rules did not specify what materials could be used, how big or how far that material had to stretch. And so we have actually included a lot of those specifications in rule. So we define what a use zone is, which is where children can exit or fall from a piece of equipment. We describe what types of materials can be used and the depth and how deep they need to be, like for if they're using a material that is a loose fill, such as wood chips. And then we really describe what the environment needs to look like if they have a swing. Injuries are high on playgrounds, so it's really important that we have rules that are specific around what that playground needs to look like in order to ensure health and safety of children that are using it. Previously, programs would either have to look up what the CPSC standards were for playgrounds or rely upon additional documentation or technical assistance documents that CCLD has created. And now all of that information can just be found in rule.
Let's keep going.
Yeah.
A lot to do.
There's a lot to do. Sorry, I'll cue Remy to change the slides. This is an example of how CCLD intended to make the rule language clearer. And then when it was presented to the RAC, they identified an unintended consequence and also a potential fiscal impact. So this rule language, the draft rule language is about how many hours a director has to be on site. Again, we tried to really reframe our rule language to make it simpler. So just to say either 50% of the hours or 40 hours per week, whichever is less. And then the specific feedback we got from the RAC was that this is actually more hours than what's currently required in rule, which again is a change, an unintended consequence, and that it would be impossible for a director that oversees 2 sites to meet that minimum requirement, hours requirement, which would require the organization to hire an additional director. So they'd have to actually hire more people based on this rule change. So the change we made to this rule language was really to kind of merge our existing or our proposed rule language with existing rule language, which allowed programs that currently function under that rule with a shared director to continue to do so. So we eliminated the fiscal impact of this and still tried to make the language clear and more concise for programs. Another example of the plain and specific language is around restrictive infant equipment. So our current rules don't really expressively say what that is. We just talk about how equipment cannot substitute for providing a variety of stimulating experiences. And now we actually talk about what restrictive infant equipment is and really identify the time limits as to how frequently it can be used. We received a lot of feedback from the RAC that really praises the direction that we're going, because this is really considered a best practice for infants, is that they aren't in equipment that they're free to, or they can move freely and interact with various toys and various materials within the classroom.
Okay. And I just want to make a comment, council, on the first one up there about the child care centers director. You know, that's to some extent responsive to what Katie and Anne have brought up, as far, especially for rural areas, that some of these requirements in the past have just meant you couldn't stand up centers. So this is really responsive to that.
I really appreciate that. I recognize that and really appreciate it.
Yeah. So I just want you to know your voices are heard.
Yay. I'm just
Okay.
commenting that I think I sucked as a parent, because my infants, I had twins, did stay in their little bouncy chairs for more than 15 minutes. Otherwise dinner never would have happened.
They wouldn't have made it to adulthood. Oh, yeah, we all should set up centers. Okay.
Sorry.
Kidding. Go ahead. We're all yours.
Okay. And thank you, Chair Miller, for that comment. We will this will support programs that definitely need to share the administrative burden of a director. So
yeah, that's great.
The Next slide is really about the increase in communication between programs and parents. We now require that center policies be given to parents, and there are actually more policies. And specifically, we want to make sure that programs are transparent with families around their center philosophy for how children develop and grow, how the center or how center-sponsored religious and cultural activities and or holidays will be recognized, and what are the parent responsibilities, or what must parent provide their child while in care. So like if parents are responsible for bringing lunches, we just want to make sure that programs are very transparent with families. The feedback we got from the RAC is that this information is really important to parents when both selecting a child care facility, and then also if questions come up why their child is in care, they can refer back to policies and procedures that have been given to them by the center itself. The next set of bullets is really around notifying parents of things that happen in care and notifying them immediately. So just a couple of examples of that is that any impact to a child's head or injury that may require medical evaluation must be reported immediately. If an infant is fed human milk or formula that is intended for another child, and then any incident that places a child at risk, such as being left, and that should say alone, not along, alone on a playground. And kind of the general feedback on this from some of the parents on the RAC too is that like these are really important health and safety concerns, and that if they're informed of those immediately, they can make and take the steps to ensure the health and safety of their child.
And so council, just again, a comment. So this is under communication, and we've talked about the need to communicate better with families, parents, providers, etc. So I think it's just interesting to realize that within DELC and now the Office of Child Care Licensing, whatever it's being called, sorry, we've got an amazing communication network that's set up through these centers. So just thinking about, you know, where are the current touch places for parents to get information. So just a comment as we think about some of our earlier conversations. Okay, Abby, thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, next slide. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to just speak to a little bit about the reduction in paperwork. And I will say that the CCLD staff is also excited about this. What we've done is a program can request an exception to a rule if they can meet it in an alternative way, or if that rule doesn't apply to them. They have to submit this, of course, exception on paperwork, and then on our end, we have to process those. So what we did was look at the data on exception requests and really looking for what we consider a standardized exception request, meaning it's asked quite frequently, and move that language into rule. So some examples are in regards to a emergency medication, like an inhaler or an EpiPen, being able to be stored unlocked, which in current rule, all medication is required to be locked. And just as long as it's kept out of reach of children. So being able to have that emergency medication like on a staff member in case it's needed. Another standard exception is a preschool age classroom that operates up to 6 hours a day is not required to schedule a rest period. So, and this was actually often requested by our publicly funded programs that only operate on a school day, and they no longer would have to schedule a rest period. Use of a public park or an outdoor area, such as, or a public school playground that's not fully fenced. Again, these are requirements that it used to require an exception if they couldn't meet this. That is no longer, it's just in rule. And then this is a specific ask that often gets specific exception request that often comes from smaller programs that have limited staffing patterns or have restrictions on their physical space, like they only have one classroom. So we're allowing the combining of infants, young toddlers, and older toddlers, so children under the age of 3, into one group. So this is really supportive of smaller programs, and again, programs that may not have enough staff to watch multiple groups of children, but they do have enough staff to have them combined into one group. In addition, just a couple of examples of the barriers we've removed for programs in public schools is that CCLD will accept the fire marshal inspection for the school. They're not required to submit proof of occupancy because there's already children there, so we know that the building is safe for children. And then programs can rely on the school to maintain the playground equipment, like we talked about the playground requirements. But in a public school, the school and the school district are responsible for maintaining that equipment. So they would not be, the program itself would not be responsible for that, but they would need a plan in place just to ensure that children can safely use that equipment in that shared playground. Okay, next screen. Or next slide. Here we have, again, some really specific feedback on language that was both unclear and really limited flexibility. And this is specific to sunscreen. We had proposed language about protecting children from excessive sun exposure. And we received feedback that the way it was written was confusing and that the language was redundant and the program wasn't sure what was actually required of them. So in considering that feedback, we really reviewed what the intent of the rule is, which is to minimize the risks of children exposed to excessive sun, while also recognizing that families may not want their child to have sunscreen or apply sunscreen. But that doesn't alleviate or the fact that programs do need to take precautions to protect children from the sun, even if they're not allowed to apply sunscreen. So we modified this rule text to better reflect the intent of the rule and also provide programs with options in terms of what precautions can be taken. Okay. Next slide. These are also examples specifically to flexibility and removing barriers, and this is really specific to to the building itself, so the facility itself. Previously, we had required or we did not allow for the use of portable sinks in classrooms, except for in very, very unique circumstances. This really limits a program in terms of what age groups they can serve in specific rooms. So, and we require a hand washing sink and a diaper changing table for when classrooms serve infants and toddlers. So that really restricted programs as to what age groups they could serve, and they're kind of beholden to the physical layout of their building. So by allowing portable sinks, we've actually, of course, approved by the local health department. We are expanding programs options to utilize rooms for various age groups. And directly connected to that is about locations of toilets. Specifically for older toddlers, they're required to be in or adjacent to the classroom, or previously were required to be in and adjacent to the classroom, which again restricts the program's ability to provide care to specific age groups. We will now allow that as long as they can describe how they're meeting the intent of the rule while children are toilet training, and how they will get those children to that bathroom that may not be in or adjacent to the classroom. So really, again, taking down barriers and really recognizing that programs are trying to make it work in whatever space they have. Okay, next slide. So these are, and this is kind of connected also to the comment that Chair Miller made about reducing kind of administrative burden. As I presented in March, we are proposing what we are calling a multi-site model, which allows a program or allows an organization to oversee multiple single classroom sites of up to 20 children. And this is a kind of a shared responsibilities model. So they would have, the organization would have a multi-site coordinator that performs some of the duties of a director, but then also those duties are shared by on-site personnel. This was in direct feedback and response to programs that we heard from rural, or concerns we heard from rural and coastal providers, as well as larger organizations that oversee multiple single classroom sites. Our goal was to really lessen the administrative burdens and also create a pathway for programs and organizations that may look to develop a multi-site, or I'm sorry, a micro center model, which I'm sure you have heard about. And in addition to support that, we've added what we're calling a mixed age ratio table, which currently aligns with our rules for certified family childcare. So it applies to programs that have 16 or fewer children in care. So a center could have the capacity of 100, but if there are only 16 children on site, they could also run at this ratio. It technically reduces the number of staff needed to meet ratio requirements, and it allows flexibility in staffing levels that can be utilized by small facilities that may only have one classroom to work with, so they can, and they're caring for multiple age groups. So all of those age groups could be together in one room. And that it also supports programs that are just opening and may have limited enrollment, or meet a staffing requirement if someone is out for the day and they needed to combine age groups into one classroom. Okay, next slide. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on this slide because a lot of this was presented in March. But I did want to call out that we have, this is in particular to expanding options for staff qualifications and duties. So CCLD has added qualification options for directors and teachers in direct response from feedback from the childcare community. Advocates on the coast specifically requested a pathway for certified family providers to expand their businesses into commercial buildings, but there was concern that they wouldn't meet director qualifications. So we've included a direct pathway for qualifying through certified family experience for small centers. So again, that capacity of 20. And then we've also provided an option to complete a training plan for director qualifications. In terms of teacher qualifications, this was really in collaboration with the Rule Revision Work Group. We've added different types of experience that would be considered comparable care, such as a year of certified family or registered family, which is also often where we see our childcare providers of color. So really expanding options for certified family and registered family providers to work in a childcare center. We've also reduced the number of hours that someone would need to be teacher qualified. And this will really expand hiring options for centers and allow the staff currently employed to move into a teacher role sooner, which allows for more independent work and staffing flexibility. And centers may also choose to use the qualifications table from our school age rule set to qualify staff that are working specifically with school agers, and those qualifications are actually lower as well. In particular to aides, so a position that is typically always has to be supervised, we've increased flexibility in the work that can be done independently, which will expand staff centers' ability to staff their classrooms. We've also included in Rule a teacher training program option. So now an aide 2 can function as a teacher and therefore work independently while receiving ongoing training and coaching. This was a direct request from our listening sessions that directors really want to have autonomy over their own staff. And then lastly, we're proposing to lower the minimum age for an individual to work at a center from 15 to 14. This was a direct request from a rural program that continues to struggle to find staff. And it also aligns with Oregon labor laws. And as a reminder, all staff under 18 must be supervised by someone who has had a comprehensive background check. Okay, I think, yep, our next steps, we're going to continue to review and incorporate feedback. Our RAC meetings actually run till next Friday. We have a public comment period, which is open until June 14th. The public hearing is scheduled for June 1st. We'll be presenting rules for adoption at the next meeting. And then if adopted, we're actually already working on this, but we're going to be beginning our implementation plan. Implementation isn't set or is set for January of 2024. So we will be using that time to develop training and resources for both our internal staff, our external partners, and then certified center staff as well, and making any technology changes that may need or be required based on changes to these rules. I'm gonna take a deep breath.
Wow.
I'm so sorry if I breezed right through that.
Oh, nice job. Incredible amount of information. So council members, any questions of Abby on what you've seen, how it aligns with what your thoughts were about what we should be doing with certified center rules?
Just make a comment.
Peter.
I really appreciate the work to clarify the pathways to get them move aids into teaching. I think that's a great step forward.
Yep. Yeah. I think the RAC has obviously been just a critical piece of this process, and the fact that we're over 100 applicants for a RAC. Oh, wow,
That's amazing.
I was
Yeah.
amazed. That
It does
yeah.
not surprise me. Having worked with these, yeah, it doesn't surprise me though. That is great.
Yeah,
really great input.
Also want to express some appreciation for the process and what you shared. In the RAC, specifically when it comes to school districts that are kind of engaging with the licensing system. One of the things that I'm hearing a lot are people's kind of qualms around Oro and their professional development that they're submitting, which I know isn't technically kind of within the purview of what you're talking about. But was there discussion within the RAC around that?
Specifically around their interactions with Oro and
yeah, so I think school districts may not make the distinction between what belongs to Oro and what belongs to licensing, and that, you know, they're just saying, hey, there's this system now that I have to engage in that I didn't have to engage in before, right? And so I'm wondering if that came up in conversations during the RAC.
That specifically has not come up in the RAC, that at least in the feedback we've received, and we did go over the training sections, which includes actually information about Oro. But we may have received other feedback through different channels. Alicia, have you heard anything about this in particular?
I think in general, we have work to do in OCC and also talking about our licensing requirements and how that fits in with school districts. Very often when we engage with school districts about the licensing process, there's a long way to go in terms of education and what kind of different requirements have to be met on our end versus their end. And, I think in the rule set, this is an exciting opportunity for us to look at what we know childcare providers who are a third party to this get stuck in when they're looking at what a school district is requiring or what they oversee versus us. And so we're working to remove those barriers this time around, but always recognizing that we love to partner with districts on when they're exploring operating childcare, whether it's through a third party or independent, like on their own, and those conversations are ongoing.
Yeah. I mean, specifically, I know I'm getting really super into the weeds, but one of the major issues that I'm always hearing about has to do with the training and education criteria at Oro. That, for example, the way they're submitting certificates and, how many hours was it and did it link to a core knowledge category? Those types of things are kind of feels like a hassle sometimes, or that's what people are expressing, right? And so, you know, I just don't, because there's also the other side of the tension, which is the reason why these licensing rules are there is to attend to like a base level of quality, that we're making sure that children are safe and cared for and that sort of thing. And so we don't want to minimize that. And so I wonder if school districts are going to, because I feel like there's so much work that's been in here that makes things more amenable for programs, that makes things work better. And so I wonder if school districts will feel that, because I know that's just the tension that have been hearing. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Susan. Good. Oro is, yes, another conversation. Okay, Abby, thank you very much for all of the work you're doing on these rules. You obviously live in the weeds, which we really appreciate greatly. And we'll look forward to seeing the final version on June 28th. And we'll be excited to actually have a motion and a vote on those. So, thanks very much, Abby.
Thank you, council. And Kayla, I think, are you next?
Back to me. Remy, would you mind pulling up the second set of slides? And Abby, I gotta say, I've never gotten the you know, you live in the weeds in such a positive way. I'm a little jealous. I'm a little jealous.
Well, now we'll hear about the ERDC weeds. I'm sure there are some.
I don't think there's been any evidence presented to you, council members, that would suggest such a thing. Not for the last 5 meetings, certainly not. All right, if you'd click us forward, I'm going to get us rocking and rolling. I think Jordan is on and also here to answer questions or give additional context, but I'm going to give her a bit of a break as we sort of round out the last couple of pieces of the presentation of what the ERDC program rules encompass. And if you go to the timeline slide, Remy, you'll see that this will be the last sort of informational presentation this month, because next month we'll actually be proposing the full rule set for adoption, which must be done next month in anticipation of the July 1 changeover from ODHS to DELC, which there's a lot of excitement about and a lot of energy around bringing this program over from the teams. So we're all really grateful for you all and putting in the time and getting up to speed on what these rules encompass and the July changes that are coming to the program around the protected certification period for 12 months with a limited set of closure reasons, and also the ability for ERDC recipients to also receive TANF benefits and vice versa. So all of that will be wrapped up in next month's presentation for adoption of those rule sets. And Jordan, did you want to add anything before I go on?
I think the only thing that I wanted to add is just that, you know, looking at this timeline, we've been going through this since January. And I know that, you know, this takes up a lot of space on your calendar. We just are so grateful for you making time for us and really letting us kind of share this subsidy program and kind of the ins and outs of it, or as the weeds of it, I suppose. So just thank you so much for your time. It's really been lovely. And yeah, we're excited to see kind of where things go from here.
Thanks, Jordan. We appreciate your time as well.
So I know we've got 12 minutes before I have to hand over the baton. So Remy, if you would click us forward, I'm just going to briefly take us through some of the more administrative functions under ERDC that do require some rules around. The sort of primary reason for having rules in these areas is to make sure that, you know, the rights of applicants are protected and they are appealable and hearable should there be sort of a disagreement or an error made, and that there's some due process built into this program, like any other sort of program. The first one is a little bit more of a family requirement on reporting changes. So there are some reasons why a family would sort of need to update the information that they presented at their initial application. So if there's a change in their employment, or if they moved, or if there's a change in mailing address or residence, if there is an additional member added to the filing group or one that is perhaps falling off, if they were discharged from US military or active duty, and if there was a change in income that's expected to continue, and that expected to continue piece is really the crucial or critical part of this requirement. This is attached to federal requirements and making sure that we're in compliance with CCDF. But there is, an onus on the family to make sure that if there's a material change in any one of these 5 areas, that they are reporting to what will be ODHS still on July 1st, because ODHS will still be, working with families on their eligibility for the program. And there's also a requirement that families must report to DPU, the direct pay unit, any change in a provider within 10 days. There are a couple of changes like cost of living adjustments or adjustments to benefits that are federally or state mandated and are mass run that aren't required, and those are spelled out in the rule as well. So these are some of the reported change requirements that are folded into the ERDC rule set broadly. And if there are no questions, oh, I hear one. Just kidding.
Kayla, hold on one sec. Khalid's got a question.
So my question is, one, so I know we're trying to streamline things, so I'm wondering why they have to report to 2 different entities and why DHS can't give the information to the direct pay unit, like why? I'm just trying to think of what makes it easiest for families. That's what we've spent a lot of time thinking through. So having to call 2 different people or contact 2 different people feels like more than necessary. So that's one question. And the second question was around change in mailing address and why that's important for EDRC, mostly because I know a lot of folks who need the support move a lot. And I'm just wondering what value, like, why is that? I understand the income, some of the things make a lot of sense, but the address, I'm curious why that's important.
Yeah, so right now, families are sort of required to work with DPU in order to connect to a provider. So the pathway of making sure that there's that connection and verification for DPU to be able to sort of pay and verify that that family is in fact on that provider's caseload, so to speak, is already in place. And that is the sort of centralized, most direct path to receiving the information. Your point though about, is there a way we could reduce the number of doors families need to walk through to access their benefits, is a good one. I also know that, the eligibility staff have sort of capacity constraints as it is. And so that would be something that we'd have to investigate with ODHS, but I certainly think that that is a good recommendation. And Jordan, I saw you come on camera, so curious if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I was just going to clarify a couple of things that might kind of help to shed some light on the area of families must report to the direct pay unit. They can report to their eligibility worker, and the eligibility worker right now has like an email template that they can send to the direct pay unit to make that change in provider. That does happen a lot. However, families can go directly to the direct pay unit, and it's just that they can't report their change in all those above areas like mailing address, employment status, all of that, because DPU doesn't have the rights to make those changes. A lot of times that can impact eligibility, et cetera. So it has to go through an eligibility worker. But as far as like changing their provider, they can go either through their eligibility worker or the direct pay unit. It just ultimately needs to be reported to the direct pay unit in order to make that change in the system. So I think that's why the rule was written that way historically and why it would be transferring over that way.
But Kali, maybe to your point, since both avenues are available, the ultimate sort of information transfer to DPU is necessary. That's not maybe what the rule has to necessarily reflect. So maybe we could address the language before coming back to you for adoption so that it's more representative of both those pathways. as options for delivering the information from the family.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, good questions, Kelly. We'll let you guys work on that and see what we get in June, right?
So the second question was about, I know Kelly asked 2 questions. The second was about the mailing address or residence. Jordan, do you want to, I know there's been some reforms that you'd worked on while you're still at ODHS, if you want to.
Yeah, so there are kind of a couple different parts to this. For the mailing address, that actually is an area within program policy where there's been some discussion of, is that an area that could be changed? Right now, I believe the intent of the reason why it has been that way in the rule is to allow for any notices of ineligibility to go to the last known address, to the correct address. Families have hearings rights if they disagree with eligibility decisions. If there were something that would happen where their benefits would either be decreased or increased, we would want them to make sure that they have that information. And so that's, I think, the intent behind having the mailing address be a reported change. And that's goes in line with other programs with self-sufficiency as well. And then the residence piece is less about that. And my understanding of it is that can basically change who's considered in a household. So that can have ramifications for provider safety, that can have ramifications for any changes in eligibility, background checks that might be needed for other individuals if they are living with a provider and then suddenly the family is living with a provider and there's other household members in the home. So there's kind of a few different things that come into line there. And that's my understanding for why it's currently in there, but we can certainly, do some more research and make sure that that meets the intent of the rule.
No, that makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Sue, I know you're trying to keep us on a time clock. So Remy, if you wouldn't mind moving us forward.
Let me just say that Pooja is here and on in 3 minutes.
Yes, I will breeze through as quickly as possible. There are additional rules around when benefits should be restored or when supplemental benefits could be authorized. This applies both to the copay amount and the authorized childcare hours, the part-time or full-time or more than full-time allocation since the January 1 changes. And there's also, provisions around there if there was an error, whether it was a closure or if there was a miscalculation, that the family has a right to make sure that those are heard and appealed. Remy, if you'd click us forward, I'm just going to try and keep moving. There is a rule around when replacement checks can be issued. This is particularly important to make sure that there's a process around how checks would get replaced, specifically related to providers. This is also something that is a due process rights and issues piece. Remy, if you would move us forward to the next one, which I think is about overpayments and then hearings. Overpayments is one piece of this program that will sort of remain firmly within the shared jurisdiction between DELC and ODHS. ODHS is going to continue to process overpayments on behalf of the ERDC program. They have sort of special authority as a sort of a benefits delivery system outside of the Department of Revenue, which is typically the only agency in state government that's allowed to collect payments from outside state government entities. Because they have this framework established and have special authority to do so, we're going to continue to rely on ODHS for this functionality. And because they have those sort of special authorities, we're going to continue to rely on their rules around this as well. And so what our rule does is it essentially adopts and sort of pushes to the rules that have already been in place by ODHS, and they've already been administering this component of the ERDC program on. And then there's a little bit of provisions in there as well, making sure folks are being responsive and working with ODHS, that ODHS does have this sort of authority and power to recover any assessed overpayments on behalf of this program. Moving us forward to our last sort of administrative call out piece is hearings. So hearings from a family and provider perspective are staying the same. ODHS is still going to provide hearings support to a large number of the ERDC related hearings moving forward. This is especially important as it relates to family eligibility and benefits hearings, because there could be situations where a family has applied for multiple programs, and the determinations may have cross impacts across programs. And so while we are bringing in-house all of the rules around hearings, not like overpayments where we're just sort of citing over to ODHS, we are adopting our own hearings rules. ODHS will still continue to support this very heavily using the rules adopted by the ELC under the ERDC program. And Remy, if you'd click forward one more, I think that wraps, and I'm only 1 minute over. If you'd pull down,
It's good. Thank you,
if you
Kayla.
pull down the presentation. Just wanted to note, I know I'm just a tiny bit over, Sue. The notice of proposed rulemaking for ERDC is still open. It'll be open until June 2nd, next Friday at 5 o'clock, if folks are interested in providing public comment. We did have the hearing last week, I believe, on Tuesday. We did have roughly 7 or 8 folks come. Only one individual provided comment related to the TANF ERDC categorical eligibility. And so we're monitoring that closely and are looking forward to receiving more. But that is the update on the sort of technical component, the notice and the comments received to date. So June 2nd, 5 p.m., that's the due date.
Thank you, Kayla. Amazing amount of information. And Jordan, thank you also. We will be very excited to adopt these rules on June 28th. And we've really enjoyed seeing you every month since January. So see, council, as we look at new agendas for the coming year, we're going to miss Jordan and Kayla a lot. Nice job. Thanks.
Thanks
Kayla.
so much.
All right. Your rulemaking body in action here, governor's representative. Pooja, I'm guessing you know most people around the table. Have you met Peg Miller?
I have not. I'm from McMinnville. I'm a pediatrician. Wonderful. Pleased to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
We've talked on the phone. I don't know if we met in
Yes,
person
we did.
before. Yeah, good to see you. Yes, good to see you.
Awesome. And do you know your agency folks?
Yes. We have had a chance to connect. Yes.
Okay, got it. Know that, and you know them. You know Peter. And,
Hi, good to see you.
you know Peter, and do you know Anne?
Yeah,
Gorgeous family.
absolutely.
Never know who's seen whom in person or
Right, I know.
on screens. And do you know George Mendoza?
Hi, George.
Hi,
So George, while we have you on the screen, on behalf of this council, and I'll let Pooja speak for the governor, I want to just thank you very, very much for your 4 years of service on the council. We are all very sorry to see you go. We will miss your input, your passion, your absolute connection to the kids you serve and the faculty whom you support. So we will miss you, but we thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, George.
Thank you, George.
Thank you, George.
George.
I would love to add if I might.
Yes, go right ahead, Pooja.
I, George, want to thank you on behalf of the governor for your years of service. And I feel like public service shows up in so many different ways. You're doing the work in your community as a superintendent in your district, and your voice and your shoes are going to be really hard to fill. So just deep appreciation. And I know that you won't be going too far. And so we'll continue to connect in different ways. So I just appreciate your service on this council. So thank you.
And we know you're here for another hour, but some people may have to leave in the next hour, so I want to make sure we said thank you while we are all here.
You're
Thanks.
wonderful. Thank you.
And Pooja, welcome. Thank you so much
you.
for joining us and
Yes.
talking about a really, really important initiative for the work we're doing.
Yeah.
And for extending somewhat to talk about the exciting stuff going on across the street or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's mostly not.
Well, I want to, first for the record, I'm Pooja Bhatt, she, her pronouns, and the Governor's Education Initiative Director. I would love to talk about just, number one, it's my homecoming coming into this council as early learning is in my part, having worked in an early learning hub and just learning really just how much, and I think that's where Kalia and I met is early on in my work with the Early Learning Hub in Multnomah County, just so much power in impact in being able to support children in their whole child needs in communities. And as you all know, Governor Kotek is a very strong supporter of early learning and childcare as well. And so I'm just really proud to be able to serve her in this capacity as the Education Initiative Director. That's a vague title, so I'll share what that means right now in this ever-changing context. As you all know, she started her first term just about a week before session started. So the initiative, as she kicked off her first term, is really thinking about, number one, really wanting to set the Department of Early Learning and Care up for success as it launches. It is no small endeavor to launch a new agency, and especially of such import to our communities across the state. So she's super excited about that. And I've been working with Alyssa and team just on what are the things that we need to know and how can we continue to support the agency in its launch and all of the complexities related to that. So that's part of the role that I'm playing. In addition, the governor had, during her time on the campaign trail, just been hearing from many different communities across the state about the lack of consistency in how children are taught to read and write in schools. And so from her perspective, as you know, housing, homelessness, behavioral health, and education are her top 3 priorities and initiatives. And in thinking about a child who is experiencing homelessness, or housing instability, or a part of a family that moves around for various reasons, how are those students being able to be supported if they're moving to different elementary schools and being taught to read and write in consistent ways? And so that's something that she has been thinking about early on, and she has asked me to help her kind of like craft what has become House Bill 3198 with many different voices at the table into something that is broader than just what happens in schools, but what happens birth through 5, even before they get into schools, and how are kids supported even outside of schools and at their home and in their communities. So when I really was asked to take this work on early in the legislative session, we didn't start with a conversation with community-based organizations, early learning experts, and educators with what should be in the bill. Tell us what should be in the bill. We actually started with a broader question. So Remy, if I could ask you to just fast forward to many slides, just keep going. It's near the end. It's probably, just keep going. I'll get back to all of this. Don't worry. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this one. Nope. Yeah, next one. Next one. So at the part of the governor's responsibility is really convening the government to government education cluster, as well as there's other content area clusters. So earlier this year, I asked the 9 sovereign tribal nations this simple question of what does early literacy mean to you? Before we got into questions of what should be in the bill. And they talked about all of this, right? Literacy and language and culture are the foundation for our people. They talked about the connection of oral storytelling and family engagement. Reading begins in the lap of a trusting and caring adult. So all of these themes that just show the magnitude and power of literacy for learning and culture across generations. So that was a really powerful moment of being in a space with the sovereign tribal nations to kind of hear this beautiful work that they're doing, and was just super powerful. I want to go to the next slide. So with other organizations, including direct service providers, community-based organizations who really serve students who are overrepresented and over opportunity gaps, we asked this question of what are the root cause problems that drive our opportunity gaps in early childhood as well as in elementary school. So we heard these key themes that you see in the blue on the left, and they'll be familiar to you, right? Lack of culturally appropriate preschool and early childhood and K-12 programming. And there's some quotes on the right that provide some more context, but there's so much more rich quotes that we just couldn't fit all in there. There's another point around the pressures within, particularly in K-12 systems, to really assimilate languages into English only. So how do we actually redesign our education systems to see multilingualism as a strength and an asset rather than a deficit? And then obviously talking about the role of teacher preparation to prepare teachers before they get into the classroom to teach reading and writing. And then we heard about the lack of research driving instructional practices and lack of professional development and coaching. Next slide. So all of that I just talked about is mostly how the teaching happens, but there's also the container in which it happens that is equally as important. So what are the conditions in which children are learning? And a really key theme came that the science of reading doesn't matter if you fundamentally don't believe that Black and brown children can't read and write, if you don't believe that children with disabilities can learn to read and write. So that just fundamental mindset and belief structure is so foundational. It seems so obvious, and it's still not the case that many people experience in our states, particularly in Black and brown communities and in communities with children with disabilities, right? So having that culture of high expectations for all, believing in the promise of all children, it may seem tangential to literacy, but it's absolutely essential to literacy. The next slide. There was also conversations about the role of parents and caregivers as children's first and best advocate. They need to be supported. I know, speaking to folks who already know all of this, to access to developmentally appropriate books that reflect the breadth and diversity of our state, and an educator workforce that is well prepared, well supported, representative of students, and have adequate staffing levels for the individualized student attention that children need to be able to learn all of the academic skills that we want them to have to succeed. So that's kind of just the big picture schema that was used to really craft the amendment, House Bill 3198, that has now been passed on a bipartisan basis out of the House Education Committee in early April, which, you know, unanimous and bipartisan was very exciting. And we worked in collaboration with Rep. Prupp on this, as well as several other legislative members. So when I go back, I can talk a little bit about the school piece. You got to go probably the second slide. So the purpose of this initiative is more than just third grade English language arts. And that's because of the why that I just kind of walked through. We're talking about reducing academic disparities. We're talking about needing to support parents and guardians to enable them to be full partners in their children's literacy development, and increase access to support that is student-centered, developmentally appropriate, research-based. So from the governor's perspective and the research that we have done and talked to many experts, is that this isn't just what happens in schools, as I said. It has to be comprehensive and more than that. So that's why there's a birth through 5 plan and fund component and a school age community grant component, as well as an educator preparation component. And that last piece around educator preparation won't show up in the House bill, but the governor is planning an executive order on this imminently. So next slide. So regarding what happens in schools, the school grant is really intended to bring that consistency and that cultural responsiveness and the research alignment so that every child leaves elementary school reading and writing in one language proficiently, at least one language. The Oregon Department of Education has worked on an early literacy framework that's primarily K-5 focused, so kindergarten to fifth grade focus, and has had collaboration with the Early Learning Division. And Alyssa and I have been in conversation about part of the birth through 5 work that we'll talk about will include an update to the early learning kindergarten guidelines to make sure that we have alignment across birth through 5 and what happens in the K-5 system. And so all districts and public charters will have kind of access to non-competitive resources in a way that's similar to high school success. The next slide. What happens in schools is really thinking about, we're not going to be able to do interventions to intervene our way out of a crisis for our kids around reading and writing instructions. And we need to be able to improve the core of literacy instruction in a way that benefits all students, while also having parallel strategies of accelerated learning for students who need targeted support. So the resources that the districts and public charters will be able to receive are things like research aligned training and coaching, curriculum and materials, and then for the accelerated learning for students who need additional support, tutoring and summer and extended learning programs. Slide. So there's, part of this initiative is really, in the governor's recommended budget, starting point of $120 million for this whole initiative, including the birth through 5 and the community grant. Earlier this week, the presiding officers and co-chairs, they actually went beyond the governor's recommended budget. So we're pleased with that of $140 million for the full early literacy initiative. It was $70 million before the forecast. So it has shifted quite a bit. So we're pleased with the revenue forecast, if that's not obvious. There's multiple different reporting structures to bring accountability with how this will operate. So ODE will review plans that the school districts will complete of how they're going to invest their dollars, making sure it's done in a way that is developmentally appropriate, culturally responsive, and research aligned, and learning from the successes of high school success of building in an opportunity to make sure that there's that ongoing monitoring from ODE, as well as corrective action plans if needed. Next slide. So supporting parents and caregivers as full partners means not just thinking about the investments in schools, but also in communities and at homes. So the birth through 5 literacy plan and fund and the early literacy community grant will have different age range focuses and different agencies that administer it. The birth through 5, obviously through DELC, and the community grant through Oregon Department of Education, which would be focused on elementary age youth. And really the purpose of this is to ensure that we're strengthening community-based early literacy programs that are culturally responsive, making sure that there are resources available for training and coaching for direct service staff. I've talked to community-based organization leaders who are like, we would love to be able to build and expand out programs. Like, can we get resources to be able to participate and train the trainer models so that we know what we should be training our staff in, so that then when they're already using their trusting relationships to connect with families in their communities, that's the linchpin, right? That trusting relationship. Then they can layer on, this is the stuff that you can do to build those early literacy skills and integrate it into your daily life in ways that affirm your language and your culture. So that's kind of the vision behind that. And again, as part of the engagement with the tribes, we heard loud and clear that there's work that they want to continue to do around early literacy and language revitalization efforts. And so these resources would continue to support those as well. Next slide. So how does this birth through 5 plan and fund work? So the idea of the plan is to really take stock of the programs that technically right now Early Learning Division, soon to be DELC, what is currently funded that have touch points to early literacy. And there may be explicit components like preschool, right, where there's a specific component around early literacy, and then there's more implicit ones. So like, what are those different touch points of how each of the programs that are currently funded, what are the outcomes? Let's inventory the outcomes, the metrics, and the program goals of each of the programs around alignment of early literacy, and identify strategies to align those programs around the objectives that are in House Bill 3198 engrossed, which is expand culturally specific early literacy programs, promoting the capacity of programs to engage partners, and really thinking about statewide expansion, particularly in rural areas that might not have community organizations, but might benefit from planning grants to be able to seed new programs. And then again, developing and expanding early literacy and language revitalization efforts by tribes. So the purpose of the plan is to say, let's take stock of what is it that we're already doing? What are the gaps? How do we build on that in order to expand culturally specific early literacy programs and promoting the capacity and expanding language revitalization efforts. The goal here is not to say all these programs need to change everything that they're doing and that they need to shift their focus to be all early literacy. That is not, it needs to be what happens. It's about how do we take stock of the ways that families are supported across this state around early literacy. Where are the places where we have the most leverage to build in that consistency, just in the same way we're doing that in schools with the guidance of the literacy framework from ODE. We want to be able to do that within the early learning space. And that's part of why those guideline update that I mentioned earlier will be critical as well, and why this plan will be really critical. So the idea is that this plan would be developed by the end of next year, 2024, so that that plan can make recommended investments for the next biennium of what do we need to continue to expand to build on the assets that we already have in our system. Next slide. That might be it. Okay. Well, I will just stop there and just ask Alyssa if there's anything else that you want to add before we take questions.
No, I think, as Pooja said, our hope is that we can really, especially as we're becoming the agency, leverage existing infrastructure to start on this work, knowing that community really needs to drive the vision and hopes for what birth to 5 literacy looks like in Oregon, so that we can have a really robust, well-informed recommendation by December of 24 to inform future budget development, governor's recommended budget processes for future biennia. And so we know that there are a lot of programs that have early literacy as a goal or a metric. And so while they may not all fall into this kind of first iteration, we really want to be able to have community tell us where there's gaps, what they need, and what's out there that's working well, that we can continue to evolve and meet those goals going forward, while recognizing that we're going to be doing a lot over the next couple of years, and the launch of DELC is not the end of all this work. There's a lot that has to happen to be an agency. And so working really close with Pooja to make sure that existing infrastructure is really leveraged to do that well, while giving community the space to really drive the future vision of the work.
Something that has come up for us, for Children's Institute, so I sit on the REL board, and I know the REL is working with the Department of Ed a little on this literacy piece. We've talked about, does the state know and understand, and by the state, I don't mean state government, I actually mean providers, what quality early literacy looks like? And then how do we do research? How does the REL essentially, what we've talked about in partnership with them, to pull out sort of exemplars from around the state to lift up what quality early literacy looks like? Because when we talk about it, we're not talking often. The original, I mean, thanks to Pooja, it went down birth to 5. The language was focused, or the advocacy groups were talking preschool, maybe. When they were talking about early literacy, they're really talking about kindergarten, right? Which is different. And I don't know that we understand what that looks like in kindergarten either, but for the purposes of this group, I do wonder, how much do we all know? And how do we lift that up and share that out? Because I do think communities are coming up with solutions, but it would be nice if they're informed by, what it looks like, because it does look different birth to 5 than it does in the sort of K-5 system. So I'm wondering if that's a conversation you all have had.
Yeah, and I think that's part of this plan component of this. So we want to look at all the engagement work we've done over the last couple of years where this has surfaced implicitly or explicitly, so that we're not asking the same questions again, right? And instead we can come to the community and say, you all have told us all these things. What else is there? And let's have that explicit conversation. In the other places where we can look at like Healthy Families Oregon, relief nursery work where improved early literacy outcomes are there, but it's not the purpose of the program. And where do we have some evidence-based work that we can leverage? And then again, where are those gaps? And how do we make sure that the practices that are working for all the kids that are being served that we want to serve, that's culture responsive. And so that I think is all part of this plan that needs to be developed that will be due by December of 24. So that it isn't just, well, we fund these 5 things, so we'll just fund them more. But it really is
interest in.
Yeah, yes, and
better
going
understanding.
and either saying we need to change or expand or make an adjustment to what's currently funded, or is there an actual gap that cannot be met with existing infrastructure, and we need to actually fund an entirely different program or use the investment differently than the existing structures that we have across the state. And that's why I think, this is ongoing. So there's an annual report that DELC will have to provide on the birth to 5 portion of this. And so, even as we're talking with LFO and legislature, like one might think that this work will be done by the end of next biennium. And really, if we do this well, and we do this right, it is ongoing. It is a continuous feedback loop. It's continuously improving and making sure that we have the capacity to meaningfully engage community, take in the input and make meaningful policy change and articulate when we need something else to make those changes happen.
Well, then, and so a follow-up question, like how are you going what is the strategy to get community input for this specifically? And then I wonder, given the earlier conversation, how can the hubs be part of the answer?
So recognizing we don't have the staff yet, right?
That's what I wondered.
So we've asked for
Yeah.
positions, right? There's
Okay.
positions attached
Okay.
with this,
Okay.
but it is looking at what we've collected. It's leveraging the hubs and what they've been hearing from community.
Okay.
So not starting from scratch and
Okay.
recognizing this has bubbled up.
Okay.
And it might have bubbled up when we were talking about something else, but the information is there. And then having very explicit conversations with community and hubs and community-based organizations about what we're missing, what else needs to happen. Working really intentionally with the tribes and saying, when we think about sovereignty and respecting sovereignty and, the birth to grave perspective that they have, how are we promoting that with Early Childhood Equity Fund, with other literacy initiatives that we can be expanding or resourcing, giving the tribes dollars to fund programs that they're funding within tribal nations. So that's the hope. And it won't all happen and won't be able to do all the things, right, in 23, 25. But the idea is that this plan gives us that roadmap. And I think the other piece is, where are those intersections with Raise Up Oregon? How is Raise Up Oregon continually evolving? Like 5 years in some ways does not feel like a lot of time to do all the really big system change that needs to happen. And we know that there's going to be movement and new things. So I think there's still got to be that, like, how are we informing each part? And if we get really, really rich, robust community engagement with the Birth to 5 literacy plan, how is that making its way to the council? And where might the council want to make adjustments to Raise Up Oregon based on engagement that we're seeing across all agencies, regardless of what the specific initiative is?
Wow. One of the, oops, let me just jump to George and Subin, who's in his car. Subin, are you in a safe spot to talk? Right.
Maybe not.
No.
He's on. That's on.
Are you, did you say George first and then me, or?
Well, go ahead. If George is seated, you're driving.
Oh. I pulled
Sorry,
over. I
George.
pulled over. Okay. Well, I think my comment goes more towards implementation. First of all, I want to give the caveat that, I'm so happy to see this initiative, this bill, this spending that's kind of going in this direction. I know, and I'm sure we all know, that literacy and language development is so important, so key, and has been used to suppress and oppress people when denied access to their development in that arena. I would say the one, I guess, concern that I'm raising is you know, in the world that I'm in, where I'm constantly in the transform or shift or change people's practice, one of the biggest challenges that I'm always faced with is this deficit framing around young kids, right? Around children aren't ready for this, and so we need to fix it. There is this gap, and we need to correct that. And that mindset and that shift is one of the first things we need to break down before we can get into a place of kind of working with children, collaborating with children, entering into learning partnerships with them that, you know, help their development and their growth. And so one of the things that I think that we just need to name or kind of really focus on, we have very clear strategies on, is making sure that we're calling out what Pooja, what you were talking about with asset framing, and making sure that that shows up in a highly visible, very concrete way for people. Otherwise, I think we run the risk of just kind of perpetuating this idea that, hey, the only reason we're doing this is that we're trying to fix certain people or fix children. And so that discourse of ageism, of young children not being worthy of being heard and having all of these other gifts, it's so endemic, rarely questioned, rarely that's something that I feel very strong need to show us what we're talking about here is shifting practice. And so yeah, that was my piece that I just wanted to share.
Okay. Thank you, Subin. Excellent. George.
Love the initiative, love the presentation, very thankful. Things that it made me think about was, you know, the all students piece, and not just students that are in early learning programs or preschool programs, that there's likely going to be families that aren't in those programs. What will happen for them? Is it through libraries? Is it through other types of ways where, I'm just going to say, people that aren't connected get connected, so that they have tutoring, or they have access to resources, access to materials, maybe even access to professional development for those parents, for those families, both preschool and those that are in non-preschool, if we're saying all, because I saw the word all numerous times in there. And that just would be something to think about. I also think of like the staffing for the coaching or the instructional support, and having a pipeline or having something there for who's going to do it and how they're going to do it and when they're going to do it. That to me is, I mean, I always think it's easy to say something, but then you have to do it. And the logistics, the operations, the organization, all of those details aren't really listed yet, but I think those will be really important to those that are going to help carry it out. And I do think there's a role probably for libraries or other, I'll just say other entities, if they're not connected to a school or a preschool. And maybe like the care coordinators or the system navigators, they probably have a role to get things connected, to get things to be wrapped in. And I think of like the investment in the parent education piece. I think that I didn't get a sense that there was a lot of it, but there probably should be, especially for 0 to 5, because they're the first educators for their children, and they need to have a variety of skills or resources or strategies or tools for them. And then I also think, again, if you want access to parents that might not be in preschools but they have children in schools, you can use school districts, or you can use those to communicate with parents about those opportunities, or even the preschools if they have, you know, kids in preschool, but some not in preschool that are, you know, 0 years old, 2 years old, 1 year old. Just that, but I do think I just think it's wonderful. I just think it's going to take a while to make it all work, but I love it.
Awesome. Thanks, George. We may end up making you a pilot of some sort, since you're going to have all this free time now.
Okay. I was just going to say, you know, earlier today, we were talking about kind of the intersection between healthcare and learning, and early literacy is really embedded in the American Academy of Pediatrics. And there's a training that, and they've done good research about that. And I attended a training, and we had a program in our county through the CCO, where the CCO actually provided us with books
books in Spanish and English because those were the two predominant languages in our practice. And we started giving out books and using those books in well child visits. I could work with preschoolers about identifying colors or shapes or animal sounds or whatever, and show the parent how easy that was and how important it was and how engrossed the kids could be in the books. And I mean, it was a win-win because they tore up my rooms, much less if they were given a book when they walked in the room. And then I could use it to engage them. And I mean, it was truly a great program. The CCO and the Early Learning Hub were involved in it. So there's good literature, good research through the American Academy of Pediatrics about it. And that reaches kids that aren't in Houston. And even kids that can't read or can't talk, they're carrying the book around. They're comfortable with books. Those kids read them. Great example. Yeah. So, I mean, I think that appreciate all of the comments and discussion. As we talked about, Alyssa and I, the Birth Through 5 plan being kind of complete near the end of next year, plus the launch and everything that's involved. We don't want to lose time on how we can invest based on our existing infrastructure. So the governor and Alyssa and I have been in conversations about being able to add resources, at least for this next biennia, and things like the Early Childhood Equity Fund and the Kindergarten Partnership Innovation Fund that works through hubs, coordinating locally on programs with libraries, for example, and physicians' offices. So we're looking at those as kind of short-term, like additional investments. We've heard rumors that there's like cuts being considered for those, and that's false. It's really about how do we continue to add resources to those while we also build out the plan, so we have that kind of longer term vision of how it kind of all fits together. And on Subin's point around the asset framing, I want to give a shout out to Alexa and her team of the OD literacy framework that is really the cornerstone for the implementation of the school grant component that will also, work in tandem with the early learning and kindergarten guidelines update as well. There's such a tremendous asset orientation in that framework, thanks to Alexa and Jennifer Patterson and the great team at the Oregon Department of Education. So just want to acknowledge that, because that is absolutely critical. And thinking about belonging. I mean, belonging is section 1 of that framework, because that really is the cornerstone of what we need to be making sure that we center in all of our education and early childhood systems. So I don't have a whole lot. I have a few more minutes before I have to scoot out at 2:15. So are there any other questions or comments on early literacy? Or I should say a few words about budget and
say a few words.
And then I know Alyssa will take it from here to share a little bit more.
Looks like Subin has one.
Oh, real quick, Subin.
Very, very fast. It's an implementation comment as well. I think another challenge that we just need to address head on in the implementation of it is that there's a tendency to juxtapose some of the ideas in early childhood with early literacy. For example, people will juxtapose play and early literacy and say that these are kind of two opposite ends of a river, when really what we should be thinking about, to a previous point that you made, Pooja, is that they're connected and that they belong together. And so I think that sometimes people think of this idea of rigor in classrooms and in education experiences, and that doesn't mean that play can't also be rigorous. And so I think there's that implementation issue that I just feel like there's a lot of pitfalls that we just need to be careful about in the implementation of this initiative.
Okay, thanks, Subin. And Pooja, before we lose you, because I think we can get Alyssa to do the budget pretty much. I wanted to share with you what we spent our morning talking about, because it's feedback for the governor. We have an amazing plan, which you probably haven't had a chance to really delve into yet, but in July you probably will. And we would love at some point to be able to either meet with Governor Kotek or somehow get her input into this plan. We really, I mean, we have priorities that we want to set with our agency partners, but we really need the governor to give us her insights and her direction of, in this 23-page plan, where does she want us to focus?
Yeah.
And, you know, we know she's got an education priority and an early childhood priority, which we hugely appreciate because that drives things forward. But we would really love to have a chance to get her input on this and make sure that we're aligning where she really wants to be driving the plan forward.
Yeah, I will. Thank you. I appreciate that invitation. She has been really focused, as you can imagine, on the budget initially and at the beginning of the legislative session. And here we are in late May as well. So definitely I will check in with her about that so that she can provide that guidance.
Okay, we would welcome it.
Yeah.
We're very open to it.
I mean, for her, from her perspective, and this is kind of feeds into the budget conversation for the early learning priorities, it really is number one, making sure that Delk is set up for success, that it has the infrastructure and staffing that the agency needs to be successful to deliver on promises for kids and families and providers across the state. It's about recognizing, especially post-pandemic, the childcare workforce, early learning providers of all sorts have been just such a backbone. And we need to value these professionals and increase compensation for all early childhood professionals. So that's part of the mindset in addition to the Delk infrastructure pieces. And then recognizing that we have a dearth of childcare facilities and other early learning facilities across the state. So that's part of why her GRB focused on those investments as well. So that's kind of the big picture of what she's kind of prioritized. But as we move forward into post-session governing, absolutely, there's a lot of opportunity to kind of continue that conversation with and begin that conversation with the governor about those priorities post-session.
Okay.
I do want to acknowledge that where we are in session is a little bit of unprecedented. We've gotten used to that term over the past several years. As you all may be aware, the Senate Republicans have walked out, so floor session votes on the Senate side are not happening. And so the governor has been meeting with the Republicans and the Democrats to try to bring folks together and try to see how we can continue to move forward on the work of the people. Passing budgets and passing bills are really critical. Oregonians are relying on us to be able to pass budgets and good policies for kids and families. And so that is really top of mind for her right now. We're really trying to build those bridges so that we can get that good work done. It does leave it into a place of the state is really working, and many agencies, especially there's Delk and one other new agency that is launching. There's a level of contingency planning that already happens when you launch a new agency, and Alyssa's going to write the handbook on that. And then there's a level of contingency planning that you do when it is a situation where we we hope that we'll be able to pass the budget before the end of session. But there is backup plans that are in the structure of government. There's wonky things called like the continuing resolution, which basically says we're going to have a budget through September, and we absolutely expect to pass the budgets that we need before that trigger happens. It is just a time of high anxiety that I want to acknowledge and a lot of questions, but the governor has definitely been leaning in on how to bring folks together to be able to get the work of the people done. So yeah, any questions or comments before I have to unfortunately get to my next commitment?
No, we just appreciate her being willing to be in that position. I hope she doesn't regret running. Keep thinking about that. Oh my gosh.
It is an honor and a privilege to serve in these positions, and I have no doubt she's got a calling in that position. So I feel like she is very committed to her leadership.
I'm sure she is. I tell her we appreciate her a lot.
Yeah. Well, thank you all. It was good to see you all.
And thank you for making time to get here. Good luck.
Thank you. I can go this way and then.
Oh, yeah. So, adult director without a budget yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bye, Alexa. Thank you so much for being here. And Kara, you also. Thank you.
So our budget is House Bill 5013, 5013, and it is up in the education, Joint Ways and Means Education Subcommittee tomorrow at 8:30. And this is the DELC agency budget. They're, setting aside floors, Senate floor, right? Like there could still be policy bills, for instance, House Bill 2717 that does outdoor preschool, creates an outdoor preschool licensure. There's dollars associated with that. So it doesn't mean that there's no other way for the agency to get dollars, either through the Christmas tree bill at the end of session or through policy bills, but sort of our foundational budget where they look at 21-23 current service level inflationary adjustments and new investments for existing infrastructure is in 5013. We worked really closely with the governor's office on this, and we definitely benefited from the revenue forecast. So we're not seeing any major cuts to programs. So we, for a little while there, were really worried that, and there was a lot of talk about, agencies getting 2% cuts, and there's no way to do that in an agency of our size without cutting programs, right? So we're really excited to see that that is not happening. Programs are intact. We believe we have enough funding that is not allocated, so it's not sitting in any grant agreement for OPK and Preschool Promise to be able to still meet or close to meet the increases for compensation that were outlined in the governor's recommended budget. There's an increase of 7% over current service level for both relief nurseries and the Early Childhood Equity Fund. And we're seeing some permanent funding for a couple of the background check positions that we hired. You'll remember that backlog. So there's a number of limited duration positions with various deadlines, and there were 3 that would expire this year. So we've got that funding handled, which is exciting to see. We're also seeing some resourcing to fund IT changes, one system changes in the interagency agreement with the Department of Human Services, because they'll continue to provide a lot of support to the ERDC program. So overall, it's a budget we feel really good about. And we're also seeing the 800,000 for an HFO database. This is really important because we're out of compliance with national accreditation requirements. And they've been waiting to see if we would get this to determine if they're going to let us keep operating Healthy Families Oregon. So that's exciting, as well as resourcing to expand Healthy Families Oregon into Lincoln County, the only county that doesn't currently have HFO. There's some position cleanup. There are some reductions, but they're taken in places that we're not going to feel them in the community. So, and they're not eliminating positions. So overall, we feel really good about it. Again, it doesn't mean that there couldn't be more investments in the end of session bill through policy bills. So I know advocates have a lot of thoughts and hopes around ERDC. Again, there's a couple of policy bills making their way through that, have some dollars potentially attached to them. Of course, there's House Bill 3005 that Kali's been such a big part of with the Child Care Infrastructure Fund. There's the early literacy work Pooja talked about, House Bill 3198. The dollars that would be allocated for DELC will move through those policy bills, so you won't see them in our budget. So overall good. And while it is different than what we saw in the governor's recommended budget, we feel like we can really accomplish most of the goals the governor outlined in her budget with what's being proposed in House Bill 5013.
So the 2 questions, the ERDC increase didn't happen, the wage increase?
Did not happen, right?
And the other question, is there additional funding for behavioral health support going to regional efforts?
The suspension, expulsion, infant child mental health consultation, that was not funded. Yeah, so the quality assurance policy action package was not funded. The baby promise was not in GRV, and so that was not funded. Suspension, expulsion prevention was not funded. And then the funding for research, additional research, and for community engagement were not funded at any level. For ERDC, of that package, there's about $3 million to cover the interagency agreements and IT changes, but no dollars for increased caseload or increased cost per slot.
All right,
Well, I know the advocates are going to continue to push, which is great. And obviously, it's great news that you can still get Delk up and running with the currently planned budget, assuming we get a budget sometime. We will.
A little asterisk.
Yes. What's the stress level around your agency? Everyone, they're hanging in there.
You know, we show up to work every day.
Well, we appreciate that. So council, wow, what a day. I really appreciate the conversation from this morning. It was really exciting, lots of thoughts. I think, you know, the idea that certainly is getting some traction is doing a work group or two and letting the council either in our meetings and or in between meetings, sort of as it evolves, you know, take a couple of topics, and whether it's the social emotional metric, and is that a way to pull us closer as an interagency council to the CCOs and the whole healthcare system, with early childhood being a key part of that. And of course, hubs were kind of a constant conversation in small groups as well as our large group. And doing some more talking, I think, with the Hub Alliance that they have formed, and or Hub Association, I guess it's called, isn't it? Sorry. Early Learning Hub Association, and sort of see what their plans are and how we can fit in with some of their plans. But you know, as we know, rules, we'll still be adopting rules, but it won't be this intense focus on rules. It won't be the intense focus on Raise Up Oregon and planning. So now it's, how are we going to implement this? And that's where we'll focus. Our June meeting will be heavy on rules because we have to adopt all of these rules that we've been hearing about for 6 months. Other June agenda items are
Raise Up Oregon and rules.
okay.
Yeah.
So we'll adopt Raise Up Oregon. So
We're not.
Oh,
No, we're not.
no, that's right. That's in, we'll probably have to have a special virtual short July meeting to adopt Raise Up Oregon. There's just too much to do for staff between now and June 28th. So stay tuned for that, but it would be a very focused agenda. And then we don't meet in July, well, in August, and then we'll be back in September. And we'll all do a lot of work and thinking and talking between now and then about what are our next steps for implementing this document. Harriet.
Yeah, one of the things I was thinking about today was the degree to which state staff talked about, acknowledge that other agencies, of course, are much more invested, much more engaged now. And that they were appreciating as well the work that has to be done, not just within their agencies, but also across agencies. And so that just led me to some opportunity to think about basically because focusing in potentially on specific of these partnerships. And I know, Peter, you raised, I think it was you said, well, we have the state agency partnerships, we have state to community, but it does make me wonder about some additional opportunity to use this space to allow for focus and therefore validation, legitimation around some of the things that are called out in the plan that really are not just aspirational. We will work together to make things smoother for the people we're serving across agencies, right? But really do require changing up. So I just wanted to share that because I think that I heard from a number of the state staff that they appreciate both the push, right, and the validation that comes from this group too, because it's easy to get caught up in your own stuff. You know, there's plenty to do, what Alyssa has talked about. And we know from supporting this, right, hard to get enough staffing inside any given agency, right? And so then things that are crossover. So I want to mention that I think that's another potential theme you know, and a way that council is helping to uphold work that is actually hard to do and hard to get space sometimes to do with
Yeah.
your job assignment.
Well, what we know is we've got, one shift in ODE with Colt leaving, and he's been a wonderful partner. I don't know if Dave is staying put at OHA. He's not. So they're, okay. So part of our role for the year will be building relationships with some new agency partners and just making space and time to do that. And it'll be great to have them back at the table. They've been so focused on the legislative time that we just haven't seen them lately. So that will certainly be a priority.
No, so that's the only agenda item that I forgot to mention is that can go for June is 2023 legislative. So,
okay.
Yeah, tentative.
Yeah, we'll hope.
Yeah. Got room after the.
And the only other piece, there is a letter that we received for public testimony that Remy will send out to everybody, and there's really no response necessary, but wanted to make sure you all have all of it. So without further ado, any other comments from anybody before we all get in our cars?
Can I just ask, Alyssa, how are you doing on hiring people?
We're actually doing really well.
Oh, good.
We are gonna be in a little bit of a hiring moratorium between May 29th and July 10th, and that's because there's some payroll, we have to do some payroll things to become a new agency, but recruitments have been going really well. We've seen the biggest challenge on IT, which is not unique to us. It's just private pay versus state, but yeah, I believe have, I want to say 80% of the positions we received or in some phase of recruitment, so it's been
terrific.
Right, thank you. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, good point. Good point. All right. Thank you, everybody. Good to see you.